Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Officers Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn, and I will be your host for today. I can't wait to see this action. And for those that are not familiar, the way this was chosen is that the top 8 players in the ladder last season qualified for this tournament, where they're going to be competing for a $1,000 cash prize. And for those that also don't know, the way that the ladder plays, it's always down to the wire. In the last season, Ari Big Ben beat out Blue Blast with a single point on the last minute of the season to take the crown. So this tournament is Blue Blast's and other players' opportunity to show that it was just luck that Ari got slot number 1. But I'm not going to be alone here covering the action. I have a kick-ass co-caster with me, and let's just give a warm welcome to the man you all know and love. It's Scout. Scout, welcome.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So how are you doing this fine day?
A little sweaty, a little excited, but overall pretty good.
Yeah? So I sent you the deck list, so you've been able to take a look at those a little bit. What are we about to see here today?
Well, as I'm sure many of you have seen on the ladder, lots of Germany. Lots and lots of Germany. Seems to be pretty popular. I believe every one of our players is running, I'm pretty sure, a German-Japan deck list.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Um, Definitely looks like we're going to see a few Soviet value lists. Those have been pretty popular too. Used to be the dominant deck a month or two back. And a couple other surprises, I think, that I don't know, could be interesting. A few British decks, a few Japan decks.
Yeah. But these are the top 8 players, so they're going to be bringing some, really good decks. And from when we casted the World Championship together, what I was really impressed with when I was watching that was, how deliberate all these decks were, right? There was no wasted effort. There was no wasted cards. Everything was there for a reason. And basically, I don't know. Seeing cards played at this level is a sight to behold.
Yeah, these are players that have definitely put thousands of hours into the game, probably approaching like even 10,000 hours combined. So they've definitely ironed out what works and what doesn't work. And yeah, anything that isn't going to work ain't going to be in there.
Well, for those that are not aware, today is actually Independence Day in Iceland, so it's a national holiday. We are coming at you live from the 1939 Games headquarters in Reykjavik, Iceland, and I'm alone holding down the fort, doing all the aspects of running the tournament and tournament broadcast and stuff. So if there are any hiccups and lags or drop frames, I apologize. I'll be on it as soon as I can. But let's take a look at our bracket a little bit and see the players that are going to be fighting it out in this tournament. So this is the bracket for you. We have Ari Big Ben, who finished the ladder at number 1, taking on Scientia Vor, who finished the ladder at number 8. We got Reefer, who finished the ladder at... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I forget exactly which game that is, but I'm pretty sure that's like Seed 4 versus Seed 5, or Seed 4 versus Seed 6. J King and Merlini Merlini X are the same. I think they're those middle seeds. Blue Blast came in 2nd, Darkness came in 7th. So it is ordered based on the positioning that the players ended up on the ladder. Out of these matches, are you looking forward to one of these matches more than anyone else?
I'm not sure really. Like they're all top players. I've seen them around a lot. I honestly couldn't tell you like who's gonna really be better than anyone else. Of course, I'm a little biased towards my fellow streamers, so it'll be fun to see their games and their reactions later. But overall, it looks pretty even.
Yeah, for me, I'm really excited to see the match between Darkness and Blue Blast, and I think it's because, like you say, they are streamers. These are familiar faces. I feel like I've seen them play enough and play enough in kind of separately to be really excited about, watching them play against each other in a tournament setting.
Yeah, that could be really interesting.
Obviously, Darkness has been, I think, top 10 practically every season since Alpha, but so I think that should be a truly interesting match. The first match of the day, though, is going to be between Merlini X and J King 7. Sorry. They're just getting ready to get into the game. They're all logged in here. A little bit more that I want to say about today's broadcast. After the first 4 best of 3 series that we're going to be playing, we're going to be revealing a bunch of stuff about the upcoming campaigns and expansion. So we're going to be talking about when you can pre-order, what is included in the pre-order, and if you look at, the surrounding aesthetic that surrounds me and Scout here, that is a little spoiler. I'm not gonna lie. So those are signs of things to come. So that's gonna be after the first round. We're gonna go into the nitty-gritty, and we're gonna spoil 5 new elite cards as well. All right. Well, actually, I don't think there's too much more for us to go over, so I'm just going to give the players the go-ahead. You can go ahead and start match number 1. Good luck. And we might bring in some of these players for interviews and chats throughout the broadcast as well. Now we're just waiting for the match to start. The way we're doing this tournament is a little bit weird. The players, although situated all over the world, are actually playing their matches on computers that are in the office here at 1939 Games via an awesome little app that's called Parsec Gaming. And I want to take this opportunity to give them a shout out, parsecgaming.com. It is a remote gaming application that works really well for cards, and it is allowing us to have players from all over the world competing on a machine located here in the office, meaning that we are able to get a perfect image instead of having to rely on, restreaming and other stuff like that. So yeah, without further ado, let's get things going.
All right. J King looks like he's opening up with a tokens deck. Definitely looks like a cookie cutter tokens deck there, representing his championship card back, of course. Merlini with a Nashub turn 1. That could potentially snowball him really well. Nashub, whenever he kills a unit with another unit, he gets 2 credit slots, and you can see he might... Okay, well, no reason for him to kill that unit there. Didn't really have anything to, ramp into, but that Nashub could prove especially troubling, especially for J King there, who doesn't seem to have any way to deal with it at the moment, which could maybe hurt him quite a bit. And the fact that he's running tokens, which gives Merlini plenty of opportunities to trade into units and get a bunch of free credits.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing that I'm taking away here is this seems like a really unfortunate deck for J King to be running into that Nashub turn 1.
I think it is interesting to see that Men of Steel in J King's hand there. You don't see that card played too often. I've been hearing little flurries that it might be a good card with tokens, but I haven't really seen it myself.
I mean, after it got buffed, I think it's pretty good. I'll definitely say that I quite enjoy it, and I think it has definite promise, especially if you manage to play like 2 of them at once, getting it up to the heavy armor 2 on some of your buffed infantry. It can definitely cause your enemy a few problems.
Yeah, for sure. We can see right now Merlini getting a ton of value out of that Nashub already, clearing the board of tokens and completely filling it with his own units. He is running short on cards now, however. Nothing really he can play soon, I don't think. B17 definitely a ways off, but we'll have to see what he draws later on.
But he has a lot of pressure on the board right now. J King already down to 10 HP on his HQ.
That's the unfortunate side of tokens as well, is it can be a very slow start for them. And with the amount of pressure Merlini has already gotten off with that turn 1 Nashub, it's not looking good for J King at all.
I mean, J King has to find a guard here, otherwise he's almost dead next turn, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Looks like he's might go for the heavy armor here.
Yeah.
Maybe survive some trades.
He needs to do that trade, because otherwise Merlini would have had lethal that turn. The Leopold pickup.
Yeah, Merlini not getting any favors right now with his draws. Nothing that he can really play at the moment, but that might not matter so much as he's already taken a ton of control over the board.
Yeah, putting that early pressure on definitely helped him out a lot there.
J King looks like he'll probably be able to stall lethal out for the moment. The heavy armor definitely doing him some favors. The Nebelwerfer won't be able to the joint operation. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Top deck, and with that, first match just done. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. Nashub, dude, I think was definitely the MVP that game.
Yeah, that was
pretty immediate snowball and an unfortunate matchup, I think, for for Merlini.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate matchup there for J King. Lucky for Merlini to be able to get that board control really fast as well. The Nashub also triggering the Panzer 35T on turn 2, giving a 0 op cost. It's just everything worked out for Merlini that game.
Yeah, I don't think he could have had a better start, honestly.
I'm going to ask the players to play a little slower on your turns, just so that we don't make everybody seasick by swapping perspectives back and forth constantly. But it's going to be interesting to see what the players decide to bring this time around. For those that don't know, and I guess most people don't know, players are not allowed to bring the same main nation or the same deck twice in a row. So they have to change. So Merlini, he cannot bring Germany again, and J King cannot bring Soviets again.
Yeah. Looks like Merlini is also running a Soviet deck, looking like Soviet value, and he's also running a British deck with USA. And be interesting to see what he chooses next. J King running a USA deck and an Alpine deck, it looks like.
Yep.
Okay. Not really sure how well Alpine has been since some of the tweaks it's had, but could be good. Looks like he's opting for his USA deck. Merlini taking his Soviet value deck. USA might do pretty good against Soviet value just because of the nature of USA. It's it's got those big removal cards that could probably snuff out a big high value Soviet card. Looks like J King may be trying to go for a more frontline strategy here, however, with a lot of Shermans in his hand, 109th Engineers. Definitely going to want control of the front line.
Yeah, the 109th is definitely going to work well for him, I think. With that M8 Greyhound as well, turn 2.
Merlini again with the 0-4 coming out turn 1. I think he might be getting a little lucky here.
It's interesting that J King does want to play the 109th immediately and then pull up the Greyhound. Probably he's playing around Bloody Sickle, wants to get maximum value by moving at least 2 units into the front line before
absolutely
Merlini can counter.
Yeah, that's the smart play by him. Bloody Sickle, definitely very threatening. I think he's going to go, he's going to go for it now. Get a ton of 109th value here. A strong start by J King, really securing that front line. Merlini looks like he might not have too many answers. He's got guards. He definitely look like he has a later game hand. Later on, he might use the 0 to kill that 109.
Yeah.
Because that is a very threatening card, a very snowball-y card, a card that you want to get rid of early on. Not sure what J King will do here. He might go for the first Marines in the front line, really solidify his position on the front line, and maybe later on blow through the guards, get as much value as he can out of those 109s.
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably the play for him here. I mean, surely he knows that the Bloody Sickle has to be coming out. What I'm really interested in finding. I saw the Merlini. He did not get rid of the A6M0 in the mulligan. Can you shed any light as to why?
I'm not really sure. Maybe he just really likes the zeros deploy effect. Maybe he was expecting the 1 HP drops from J King here, but. Or maybe he was expecting some air units, perhaps, because the 0 is quite good against air units, especially a lot of the British bombers. Or, excuse me, the USA bombers. Okay. It's looking pretty locked up here. Merlini hard on the defensive. J King continuing to apply that board pressure. The Sherman coming out. giving him a very nice card advantage while also having that board control. Definitely looking like it's in J King's favor at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
You think?
So we got some fine tuning on the audio to do here. Apparently you're much louder than me, but that's fine. I got it. I got it.
All right. Lenny, we need to use that hammer soon. We'll see. Too bad one hammer probably won't be enough to save him. So he's going to go for the trades there. Might even trade the Takasagi into the Greyhound. No, looks like he's going for the hammer on the big guy there. And yeah, pretty good defense by Merlini there.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Flompons are coming out for J King. Might be the end of the little 0-4 engineers there.
Probably will be. I don't know if it's going to be this turn though, because he's not going to be killing any units. There's probably better plays for him to make here. He can. I think the P40 is a good play.
Yeah, I think the P40 is a very good call. I don't think Merlini has an answer for it at the moment even. No anti-air. All he really... Oh, well, he's got the Sendai. Does have the Sendai. P40 is a pretty scary card if you can't outright kill it because it will bog you down severely.
Oh yeah. Was that P40? No, was that a Sendai top deck?
No, I believe the Sendai was in his hand since Mulligan, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like he might go for the Flompanzer trade. He still has the joint ops in his hand, which could potentially get rid of the Sendai later on. He would need another unit on the board, however, to get enough damage out of it.
Yeah.
He still has the 2 death from aboves too. J King definitely looking really good in the removal department here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty good call for him. Just playing the Sherman, getting the draw, and angling for a way to get rid of that Sendai with a guaranteed death from above in the coming turns. Amphibious assault.
Yeah.
That was a great turn there from Merlini, both putting the frontline Sherman in trade range for the guards and.
Yeah, definitely a good turn there. The Zeros are a pretty scary matchup for the Shermans, I'd say, just because of the ambush. The Sherman does not have enough hit points to directly trade into it. Joint ops coming out. J King does have an AoE heal card, the We Can Do It, to maybe win that trade. Still packing 3 death from aboves in his hand, which I feel like those alone could just absolutely crush whatever Merlini tries to put out.
Lost one of them.
Going for that trade there.
Getting
Another
a lot of value from that ping.
Yeah, the Zero's definitely putting work in right now. Merlini a bit tight on cards. However, J King definitely packing a lot more options. I think if I were him, I would probably go for the death from above here.
Yeah, I think the death from above makes sense. Just get that 0, not have to deal with the ambush, and just hold the We Can Do It until you can get more value from it.
Thought maybe he would go for some board development here and like set himself up for a We Can Do It, but it looks like he's going for the face hit. All right, Merlini's card problem seems to have been resolved.
That was a really good draw there for Merlini.
Yeah, Empire of the Sun showing why it was nerfed. Still no units on the board for Merlini though. But we're getting later in the game. A lot more credits to spend. That shouldn't be too difficult for Merlini to get a force out there in a single turn.
Yeah, and
all that healing he had early on definitely giving him plenty of buffer to go into this late game.
Yeah, I feel like this is also one of the kind of key differences between high-level KARDS play and, you know, just normal early on in your game journey ladder play is this, you know, you don't panic even though you're losing the early game. You have a way to deal with it. And I feel like Merlini has done that exceptionally well this game.
I was kind of surprised to see J King not drop the Hellcat the previous turn and hit face with it. Maybe he really wanted that artillery out, but now he has a Hellcat for that armored train, which should kill it in a single hit, seeing as the Hellcat does double damage against armor units.
Yeah.
Going for the heal here, I think, is a smart play. Get rid of the train, keep the Hellcat alive.
Does the Hellcat do double damage against HQ as well?
No, it's only armored vehicles. It is a tank destroyer. Okay. Merlini seems like he's just really struggling with removal cards. Definitely relying on trading as his removal here. Unfortunately, can't really seem to keep too many units on the board to do those trades. Oh. Ooh, fresh rifles coming out for more HQ protection. That could buy him a lot of time.
Yeah.
Sure. Maybe we'll see the red banner come out on the yak even. Or he'll hold it. Okay, okay. A strong defense by Merlini. Not really threatening J King's HQ at the moment. Not really a clear win con setting up. He does have the IS-2 in hand. So that could maybe come in later on. After J King's death from aboves are maybe all snuffed out.
Yeah.
Another big we can do it coming out.
That's a huge we can do it.
Absolutely.
He's putting a massive wall of HP there in the front line.
Still not able to crack into the HQ, however. Still fighting that defense. 5th Airborne could potentially be a really good card right now, especially with that red banner in his hand. See him trade it into, yeah, one of the 3-7s. And then maybe trade the yak into it. Ooh.
Really good.
7-7, especially for defense, could be very strong for Merlini here. For those who don't know, it basically has a trample effect from like other card games, where any excess damage it does to a unit, it will do to the HQ. So we might actually be able to get a few licks in with that. J King still holding on to this one death from above. He might go for a gamble. He might not. We'll see. We'll see.
Do you feel like he needs to go for the gamble? I feel like he probably has. So. He probably has ways to put enough pressure on Merlini right now.
I'm not expecting it at the moment. He could maybe, you know, trade into the yak, get rid of that Chaika, and then either way, whichever target it hits, it could hit a pretty valuable target with the death from above. But he may just go for face pressure or just regular unit trading.
I'm wondering if he pings the yak there with the ping from Nebelwerfer and just trades the Greyhound into it.
Maybe.
Interesting.
Okay, going for face, trying to close out this game. Could be hard for Merlini to deal with. He's been on his back foot this entire game. He did pull a guard.
Oh, there we go.
Pulled another guard. Okay.
He's got 2 guards. He's able to get rid of that big first Marines in the front line.
I think maybe it would have been better if he would have done damage to the Nebelwerfer with his Chaika and then killed the Nebelwerfer, but
yeah, maybe.
I think that artillery is more threatening at the moment for Merlini. He doesn't really have a way to get to it.
But now we're starting to see J King struggle a little bit in maintaining control of this game. He's now the one that's struggling with cards, and I think that was probably his biggest decision last turn is, do I play all my cards now or later?
J King definitely losing some steam here. That Nebulorfer still a pretty powerful asset, I'd say, for him at the moment.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard for Merlini to deal with that. Kind of just getting a free clear every turn.
How would you play the rest of this turn here? I mean, he has a lot of options on how he can play this. Is he gonna go face with as much as he can? Yeah.
I don't think he would have too many options other than go face, because he was kind of lacking credits there at the end of the turn. Could only really get a couple attacks in, if anything. More guards coming out by Merlini.
Still has that death from above, and if that hits the guard unit, then this is the point where he can go for the gamble.
Yeah, for sure. Merlini, kind of surprised to not see him drop the other first rifles out, but maybe he's not worried. Maybe he's not worried. Maybe he sees that J King isn't
33.
really attacking much.
Oh.
Okay. J King, pretty much out of cards at the moment. I don't think a 35T is going to do too many favors for him.
I wonder if, like, now he kind of... Obviously, I don't know exactly what's left in his deck, but I feel like the only way he wins is just if he keeps that Nebulorfer alive for enough turns to continuously go face with it.
Yeah, Merlini running a lot of infantry here. He's not going to trade for 35Ts. He wants Merlini to use his attacks and force him to clear and see how long he can get his Nebulorfer pounding the HQ.
Yeah, he's stalling it out, so he's forcing the infantry to have to, you know, expend their action in trading instead of moving.
We may see the IS-2 come out. Still putting pressure on the Nebulorfer. Clearing the front line as he should. Okay, maybe the aircraft is a good play. Really finish off that Nebulorfer for good.
Ooh, joint op. That's going to deal 2 damage, which means that he's going to be left at 1. Merlini's going to be left at 1.
1 hit point. This is coming down to the top decks.
Wow. If J King had a unit in hand right now that wasn't artillery, he could win.
Did J King not attack with his Nebulorfer?
Oh, he did. He did.
He did?
Yeah. The HQ was 5 HP.
Yeah, but he hit. Dude, am I crazy? I'm crazy. I thought he used the... No, he still has the joint ops. My bad.
Okay, so J King, what I think he's trying to do here is just hoping that he draws a different unit type so that he can combo kill him in the next turn. Wow, that's going to be an insane last turn.
Yeah, that's the smart play by him. It's coming down to the wire. If he top stacks anything that can empower that joint ops.
He did.
And there it is. There it is. That's game right there.
J King finding the Nebulorfer artillery to power the joint ops to get the final bit of damage over the line to finish his match against Merlini. That was an insane match, Scout.
Yeah, that definitely came down to the wire. Definitely proving that patience can win a game. If that were me in that situation, I think I would have just played the joint ops right away. But
yeah,
no, he played it smart. He played it smart.
That was showing so much game sense, so much awareness about, you know, what he had yet to draw, what his win condition was, how much damage his opponent could do. That was an exceptional game, and I think this is exactly why we want to see these guys duke it out every month for $1,000. I'm just going to give them the go-ahead for the next match. No need to stall this out any further. So I am keeping like one eye on chat to look for any suggestions on improvements or problems. But just know we are doing a lot of things between the two of us here, and we're not able to see every message. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I really hope you guys enjoy the tournament. We'll be posting deck lists after this. I think so. But let's get into game number 3. Currently, the score is 1-1. This is the pure final game between Merlini and J King 7.
J King breaking out the Alpine deck, it seems.
Yep.
Merlini going back to his German deck with another. Dude, Merlini with these turn 1 0-4s every single game. He needs to buy a lottery ticket.
Some people are just really good at the mulligan.
J-King with a pretty strong Alpine hand, however, getting his 3 1-drops, like, right out the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. And he has more Alpine coming. That 1-for-1 on next turn is going to be insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's going to come out as a 7-6. Turn 4?
Merlini not really with the option to get some value out of his matchup at the moment. The Alpine Snowball definitely coming out real strong. Might see another Gibberg. Yeah, these Gibberg Jaegers are getting really scary really early on.
Yep.
I'm sure most of you know they can't be targeted by orders, so you pretty much have to trade into them.
Yeah. And I mean, that joint op is coming on at a pretty good time. But with that Blitzkrieg in hand as well, I mean, if he doesn't have a way to deal with those Gibbersjägers, or however you pronounce that, in the next 2 turns, J King could just end the game possibly.
Yeah, just trying to develop his board here. He seems to be just barely out of range to clear these units. It's looking a little hard for him. Even with that turn 1 Nashub, he can't quite get any value out of it because these Alpines are just getting just too big for him to actually trade into.
Exactly.
Very smart to use the joint operations on that Hellcat.
This game's over next turn.
Yeah, it's looking like that. Those Gibberg Jaegers, it's not looking like he has a way to get rid of them.
It's just over.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, J King is holding a Blitzkrieg, right? Which is plus 9 damage on top of the already, 15 damage that he has in the front line. He can do 24 damage next turn.
Yeah, this is a done deal, I think. What? Maybe not. Maybe not. I didn't see that play there, but yeah, that works. He's bought himself another turn.
Wow, Merlini showing why he's the one playing in the tournament, and we're the ones just talking about it.
Ooh. He's got that Fury artillery there. He won't be able to play it this turn. He's just lacking the credits, but... Alright. Merlini should be able to trade into that Gibberg Jaeger. Get rid of it. Now pulling out a Comet. Probably gonna use the Comet to trade into that, yeah. Okay,
Yep.
ooh. Really
getting the
play by
card draw.
Merlini. Yeah, you don't see enemy spotted too much. I found it a very difficult card to get some good value out of. But it looks like he's about to make it work here.
Yeah, definitely drawing some cards, much needed cards to try and deal with the pressure on 7 HP with his HQ right now. 5 HP after this turn.
J King probably gonna go for face here. Probably trying to close this game out. Merlini with a lot of options here, though.
He has the Avenger, but he's gonna take 3 damage.
Yeah. No, that's game. J King has that Blitzkrieg still.
He does.
Yeah, and J King has it.
He has the Blitzkrieg, and he's got the joint op as well. So he has 2 ways to win this turn. GG.
Seemed like that kind of seemed like a steamroll. Not gonna lie.
J King with the back-to-back reverse sweep of the series.
Even with Merlini's insane luck with those 0-4 drops turn 1, it wasn't enough.
Dude, I mean, Merlini played awesome. in these games. He was making some really good plays, but the cards just weren't in his favor today. I feel like he was parked up against the wall for pretty much for pretty much all of the matches, and still managed to fight for a long time. And eventually, I would say it's J King's patience when it comes to holding that joint op, getting that draw. And even if I was looking at chat, and I saw Blue Blast, who's another competitor for today, and he was saying like, should have joint opt, and then like, nope, that would have lost him that game. So
yeah, it's an easy mistake.
Yeah, it is an easy mistake. But all right, so what we have to do now is we basically need to get the next set of people in so that we can see their hands and everything. The next match, let's take a look at our bracket, just so that we talk about that. I'm going to update it in real time as well. As we have J King here, he is the one that is advancing. Paste. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So the next match that we're going to be playing is going to be between Reefer and Rainstone 77. Rainstone 77 is located in China, which means that we're actually going to be having to figure out another solution than Parsec due to some connectivity issues. So he's going to be joining us through Skype, and we're going to be getting that done in just about a little bit. There we go. J King 7, first person to advance into the top 4 for this tournament. Let's go back to our beautiful faces here. All right. So they are disconnecting. Next up, let me just double check everything. We have all right, so Rainstone is going to be connecting. Okay, Rainstone can connect now. All right, we'll be right back. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to get all the guys set up for the next set of matches, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. One sec.
When they roll their eyes, they sang as they passed her by. Wee, Marie, will you do this for me? Wee, Marie, then I'll do that for you. I love your eyes, they make me feel so spoony. You'll drive me loony, you're teasing me. Why can't we parley-boo like other sweethearts do? I want a kiss or two from our chérie. Wee, Marie, if you'll do this for me, then I'll do that for you. Wee, Marie, wee.
Hello and welcome back. I'm really sorry for that Skype noise that everybody heard on stream or is about to hear right now. I'm about to see the reaction to that in chat. It was really loud and totally unintended. But this is one of the things that we were doing to get the signal for the game all the way from China from Reefer, who's actually one of our competitors here. We just need him to, he is in. He's about to add Rainstone 77, and that's going to be our next match. Scout, what are we about to see here in this next match? Yes. All right.
Even another tokens thing. Lots of tokens today.
Yeah. All right. Everything is about to be ready. It's going to be an interesting one. I think I'm going to venture a guess that this is probably like the first time that we do an esports tournament, or anyone does an esports tournament with like a remote connection from China. So definitely some challenges we are overcoming with that one, and I'm looking forward to seeing that work. Let me see if the players are ready to head on into the match. I think they are soon. Yeah, I need to do this. Yes, there we go. Cool. Okay. Well, we are ready when the players are ready. They are just finishing up adding each other. Let me see. So, Scout. Now, you're known for your meme decks. Do you think that there is a meme deck that would work in a tournament setting?
Well, it depends on the tournament predictions. Maybe in an everything goes tournament. Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a few arguments that could be made for like a really lucky draw, maybe like an OTK Tony deck or a baby combo with a really good draw. Not something I would bring to a tournament, as much as I love those decks. A bit inconsistent, but maybe in some other tournaments that have more strict rules, like limited elites or limited specials. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I would, for instance, I would love to see 4 deployed sextons pin locking the backline. Why don't you use this opportunity to plug your stream a little bit?
All right. Well, I stream a lot every weekday from about 11 Eastern, or excuse me, from about 7 a.m. Eastern to 11 Eastern at twitch.tv/scoutshout. That is SCOUTSHOUT. And over there, we yell a lot. We freak out a lot. We play a lot of meme decks. We have a lot of fun, a lot of viewer engagement. And I always like seeing new faces. I like hanging out with you guys. It's a real fun time. It's super chill, super casual. Got some nice groovy beats, and yeah.
Yeah, and a nice community, a nice group of regulars, hang out, chat, really active chat.
Oh yeah, most of the time they're nice.
All right. Let me see. So there seems to be some issues for Reefer at the moment. Yeah. All right. We are in the game, but we are having some issues getting the signal out from Reefer. Unfortunately, the Skype call dropped. So I'm expecting that that's just because of some connectivity issues over there in China. As people know, it's not the easiest thing to do in the world to get an internet signal out from China. It just isn't. So we're here with Rainstone's POV, and what we're seeing here is the Britain deck against the Germany deck. I think it's a Britain USA deck from Reefer, and the German Japan deck from Rainstone. Scout is not muted. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. So you're gonna have to cast this on a single hand until the next match, probably.
Reefer's running his British Japan deck, which seems to be a, just your typical air control deck. Rainstone, I think he had a pretty good start with those 33rd recons, both of them turn 1. Definitely going to get some good draw out of those. Panther 3L is pretty good drop, I'd say, on curve, or just about on curve. It's a nice big body to deal with. Unfortunately, we can't see what Reefer's options are at the moment, but seeing as it is control, yeah, right there, I'd imagine he has plenty of ways to lock down a single unit. So definitely going for the protect my face, bomb your face strategy, it looks like. Rainstone, with those Flampanzers in hand, might not get the deploy value out of them just because I can't imagine Reefer is running too many 1-drops. So probably the smart play by Rainstone to just go ahead and drop it on curve no matter what, just to get bodies on the board.
Yeah.
British Japan Control, very known for running things like carpet bomb and air superiority, things that just, and of course those on deploy planes. Pretty powerful stuff. Kind of hard for what looks like a tank deck to maybe overcome. Just because there's no air units, there's no real quick and easy way to get to those bombers. It might be a struggle from Rainstone here.
Yeah, that could be, and definitely we're seeing some of the hallmarks of that British deck. We're seeing those bombers come out, we're seeing those big HP guards for low attack, and now Reefer has parked the bus of HP in the front line against Rainstone. Fortunately for Rainstone, having that way to deal with that bomber in the back line, though.
Yeah, Rainstone, he's gone through, I think, quite a bit of his removal already. Only has that one joint ops left at the moment. That might come back to bite him. These British control decks, they tend to have a lot more bombers than you have removal. And now that he's moved his 5th Brigades up to the front line, he's creating a lot of space between his opponent and his precious bombers. So it is really important that Rainstone has these removal cards and doesn't run out of them.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting all the reports that you were a little bit low about 5 minutes ago on the stream. That was my bad. But hopefully you should be fine now. If I'm still seeing this in 5 minutes from now, it's gonna be sad.
The honorable death. That is a card I definitely did not expect to see here. He used it for the card draw. Rainstone with an opportunity to use the Flampanzer on that Pioneer. Get rid of that. Excuse me. Looks like he'll save it for another day, however. Pioneers, just like most of the other 0-4s, can be pretty snowbally. Reefer may have the chance to get a lot of cheap orders off that could potentially just snowball him ahead. Currently lacking units on the board, however.
Yeah, and I mean,
he's struggling to get some bombers out.
I wish we could see his hand as well, so we know what he's thinking about at the moment. I mean, I'm pretty sure he has some units in hand, and he's just figuring out what order he wants to play them in. But you know, definitely, you know, whatever deck runs that Pioneer card is going to be order heavy.
Yeah, for sure. Dropping the RWWII and the bomberless Empire Strikes. It seemed like maybe a desperate play there, but maybe he just didn't have any better options. Maybe he really does have an unfortunate hand at the moment.
Yeah, it really looks like that by the way he's playing. And I mean, the RAF, you know, good card to play out there, denying some credits from his opponent, making him have to play that guard again. But I'd say he's definitely, surely he's lacking units in his hand if he's willing to use his removal just to make sure that he can't get that AAF off the board.
Yeah, that Empire seemed like a really desperate play. Reefer with his own guard unit up now, his own Takasagi. You may see Reefer eventually build up into something more. Might see some draw cards come out of him, maybe, to maybe fill his hand up, get some better options, because that Takasagi looked like a top deck. I could be wrong, but
no, it was. It was
like a top deck. Okay.
So that also leads me to believe that he's really struggling with units right now.
Yeah. He did attack the Takasagi. He may be setting up for a carpet bomb. There's a possibility.
That would make sense. That would make sense. Let's see if Rainstone plays around the potential carpet bomb here.
Yeah.
You know,
Can't really have a British deck without carpet bomb. They go pretty hand in hand.
They do. Carpet bomb, definitely one of the best spells in the game. And probably one of the most satisfying ones as well. Let's be real.
Definitely.
Rainstone putting on the pressure here. Will we see the carpet bomb coming out now?
Maybe. He may want to save it for more units on the board. Rainzone's hand, honestly, not looking too great for himself either. A lot of early game stuff. A sudden strike. I really don't think he would get any value out of this sudden strike this late in the game.
No.
Especially for a big, late game British control.
I mean, we're about to hit, turn 11. And for those that don't know, sudden strike destroys a unit that costs 2 credits or less. So, not doing a whole lot. Ooh, that Empire really good.
Yeah, the top deck Empire right in the late game, very scary. Ooh, looks like Rainzone getting some discard and draw denial out now. That could really choke Reefer.
Yeah.
For the rest of this game.
That was a really important Empire of the Sun. Coming in at the exact correct time there for Rainstone.
Yeah, Rainzone's hand definitely looking pretty scary at the moment, just with that Kriegsmarine and Hipper.
And Bismarck.
That's just a little bit, but yeah, even with the Takasagi, even more discard coming out. His hand is getting choked. And we might even see the Bismarck just close out this game. That is 7 damage to face, potentially.
Yeah. It's a great idea, Outrun 88. I'll definitely do that for the next OC tournament.
That looked like a pretty good discard for Reefer there, only losing a Swordfish. I was kind of surprised to see the Takasagi not moved up. Just to maybe keep his, his Panzer alive.
Yeah.
Of course, it wouldn't have ended up mattering, but Panther G, okay. Panther G could potentially be very scary, seeing as Britain relies very heavily on orders, and Panther does not get targeted by orders. Reefer could have some pen bombers, though, which don't care about that, but Rainstone with that Bismarck in hand is scary. If he gets 2 damage in on the HQ there, that's game right there. So
surely that's what he was vying for with that Panzer III there as well. Just making sure that he has a way to get 2 damage across the board and onto the HQ so he can finish off with that Bismarck.
And I don't even think a guard would save Reefer here just because of that Admiral Hipper in Rainzone's hand.
Yeah, it might buy him a turn, but he would need to pull some fortifications and get his HP back up if he wanted to stand any chance here against what Rainstone has in his hand right now.
And looking at the deck list here, I don't think Reefer doesn't have any heal cards. So his hit points are stuck at what they're at, and this looks like it might be game right here. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, no. You don't even have to do that, Rainstone. You can just Bismarck and joint top. But okay.
That's true. I didn't even see that. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, if Reefer pulls out some random 4 fortifications this next turn, and somehow Rainstone ends up losing this game, he's gonna be really, really sad he didn't spot that.
If he pulls out 4 fortifications, he's breaking some rules because those aren't in his deck list. No, I can see where Rainzone's coming from, though. He already had that plan in his head. He's probably thought of that 3 turns ahead of time, and he saw the window and went for it. Even if he did, pretty much miss lethal here. However,
carpet bomb.
He could have maybe been playing around a countermeasure, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
And he might go for the joint ops first here. Just to, he didn't play a countermeasure, but...
he also gets a comet there.
Yeah, Bismarck is going to close out this game.
GG.
Love to see it finish on a Bismarck.
Dude, the animation for that Bismarck finish is just so satisfying. The boom.
Yeah.
But that was a great game. That was well played by both parties. Rainstone really pulling it back there after some early pressure from Reefer.
That's the thing too. Like Reefer did have that early pressure, but it really seemed like he was struggling to just get the right cards in his hand. When the game started going into mid-range era, it seemed like he just really didn't have any big plays there. No carpet bombs, no big guards early on. Yeah, that looked like an unfortunate draw for him.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he had a lot of, orders in his hand that he didn't know what to do with or couldn't really make use of. Meanwhile, we saw Rainstone kind of finding the cards he needed when he needed them, and getting that Empire of the Sun. That's kind of what closed out the game as well. Being able to get rid of that RAAF before it started decimating his units and wrestling control back.
Yeah, it's giving me flashbacks of World Championships when Empire of the Sun, even there, was coming in at the right moments and just winning games.
It was 9 credits back then, right?
Yeah.
And we are in game number 2 between Reefer and Rainstone 7-7. Currently, the standings are 1-0 for Rainstone. He needs to win this game to secure himself into the top 4. Reefer needs to win the next 2 games to make it into the top 4 and get one step closer to a part of those $1,000.
Rainstone with a very powerful turn 1 play right here with those 109th Engineers and 554th Infantry. Immediately 2 2-2s on the front line.
This is not the board you want to look at when it's your turn to take your first turn. It's like
the downside to that play, of course, is not really anything in Rainstone's hand.
I mean, there isn't, but at the same time, barring some magnificent draws here from Reefer, he's going to be able to kind of draw back some of his cards over the next turn while Reefer's just dealing with a board.
Yeah, for sure. Board clear there by Reefer. Yep. Next turn as well, we're going to be approaching Flampanzer territory, which could prove very troublesome for Rainstone here.
Yep.
May see him use it on the 109th. If he can't get rid of this one up there, there it is. That seemed like a play he kind of had to do, just because if you don't deal with that card, it's pretty brutal. The Men of Steel coming out.
It's going to keep the rifles there alive as well, and make it so that the Flampanzer is kind of not good to trade into either one of these.
Especially with the operation cost on the Flampanzer, that would eat half his turn right there, just attacking with that. And Rainstone, a lot of pressure on right now, and even then he still has that guy in the back line getting built up.
Yep.
Ooh, a brutal top deck by Rainstone.
Ouch.
My goodness. Yeah.
He's just going to go face here. I mean, surely.
He should go face. That is so much pressure on Reefer right now. Reefer probably does not have an option to deal with that ambush 5-6 in the front line. I can't think of the name at the moment, but
40-second rifles, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he has no way of getting rid of the 40-second rifles here. He can trade that, yeah. I mean, he stays alive for another turn, but
for sure, this is still so much pressure on Reefer, though.
He's down to 4 HP. What a quick game here from Rainstone.
Absolutely. That's that token snowball. That's that 109th Engineer snowball. That's... Wow. That was just a powerful turn 1 play by Rainstone. So much pressure immediately. Reefer just immediately on his back foot with no real answers. Very quick game.
Wow. Just like that.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. I've been hearing word of tokens rising up the ranks.
Man.
Maybe everyone's right, dude. Maybe they're right. Maybe tokens are just really good.
That was awesome. That was a great game. That was a great game. 2 great games from Rainstone. I think, apart from that Miss Lethal, where you can also argue that he's playing around Ultra and making sure that, he has enough credits to do everything and not leaving anything up to chance, which is what these best players do. But apart from that, I feel like he played pretty perfectly.
For sure, for sure.
All right, that means it's time for me to update our bracket here. Paste. Yeah, there we go. Rainstone 77, the second person to make it into the top 4 here. And currently, we do not know what players will be facing against Rainstone and J King 7. Our next matchup is going to be Ari Big Ben against Scientia Vor. And we're about to go set that up right now. So let's throw it maybe to a quick 5-minute break while we get those guys set up. And then, unless you want to say something before we head off.
Nah.
No?
Let's go, dude.
All right.
More games.
Let's get into more games. All right. Well, we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. See you then with the next game, which is going to be Ari Big Ben against Scientia Vor. Ari Big Ben was the winner of last season, beat out Blue Blast in the final minutes of the ladder with a single point. So he's definitely going to make sure that he wants to get to that final and cement that he was the best player and is the best player in the game right now. So see you in about 5 minutes. And we are back and unmuted. So how are you feeling, Scout?
Same as I was feeling like 10 minutes ago. How about you?
Oh, I'm feeling great. We're having Rainstone. No, we're having Scientiavore connect in through Parsec, and we're just a few moments away from being ready to head into that next match. You have the deck list in front of you. What do you think we're going to see between these two players?
Well, Scientiavore looks like his first deck is a Germany-US deck. Looks like it's going for frontline tempo. A lot of bounce, a lot of blitz, a lot of just, get the front line, bounce everything back, and not something you see too much nowadays, but it could work. He's also running a tokens deck, very similar to what we've been seeing today, and another British control deck with bombers and some big US bombers too thrown in there. And from Ari, okay, it's your usual German Japan that we've also been seeing quite a bit. Another British US control deck, except this time his only US cards are 2 copies of the Alliance, so it's pretty much just a British deck. And okay, his last deck.
I heard you like Germany.
His last deck, it's given me some feelings, but it is a Japan pin resistance deck. So,
Man, I hope we see that one. You know what? I'm surprised there aren't more kind of blockade, resistance, Black Watch decks in this tournament, given how kind of strong they seem to be on the ladder.
Well, I don't know, man. These guys are going on camera, so I mean, they've got their own reputation.
They don't want to be known for those decks.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right, well, let's look at this. Scientiavore is still getting himself into the game. So, looks like we are still waiting a little bit. I'm going to update this little screen while we wait. So, add existing. This is Ari, Big Ben. And he is going to be versus Scientiavore. I'm going to give you guys a really cool little next match screen. We're going to jump to basically a 3-minute hold screen, 3-minute break while we figure out what's causing the delay with Scientiavore getting into the match. And so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're up to 199 viewers across all our different platforms. Let's see if we could break like 300. How cool would that be? If everybody that's watching right now told one friend and half those friends came and checked out the stream, we'd be at 300 people. So see you in 3 minutes, hopefully with 100 more people. And we are back. We are still waiting on Scientiavore to log in. He's having some difficulties remembering his password. Well, I don't think he's actually not remembering his password. It's more the fact that when you connect through Parsec, it uses the keyboard layout for the kind of parent computer. So this has caused a few issues with the Icelandic keyboard layout. All of a sudden, replacing common symbols with some moon letters. But I'm sure we'll be pretty soon. You know what? Should we? No. Let's not talk about campaign stuff just yet. For those that are watching right now, if you missed the announcement earlier, after this first round is done, so after this next match between Scientiavore and Ari Big Ben, and then after the match between Darkness and Blue Blast, we're going to be revealing some details about the upcoming campaigns, new cards, pre-orders, when that goes live, what's in it, and yeah, a lot of other stuff. So definitely stay tuned for that. Let's see how things are going. Looks like there's still some troubles getting in. So we have Ari Big Ben in. We are missing Scientiavore. You know what? This would be a great time to be able to ask chat something to fill the time, but there's a 5-minute delay, so. So tell me, Scout, what's your favorite card in cards?
Oh, dude, tactical withdrawal, of course.
Tactical withdrawal?
Yeah. It's useless, terrible, unplayable, but I still love it.
Okay. Okay.
It's the only card that actively just makes you lose progress. So.
Favorite deck that you've built?
Oh, dude, easy baby combo all the way, dude.
Baby combo? The US or what version of it?
It was a Soviet version for a while, but in these past months, the USA version I think is definitely my number one for now.
Okay. What else? How long have you been playing? You were playing since Alpha, right?
Yeah, I've been playing since the late stages of Alpha. I wasn't there super early Alpha like a lot of the guys were, but I came in the last few months. Didn't really stream then. I've been streaming since beta, but it's been a fun ride. A lot of changes since Alpha. It's almost a completely different game.
Yeah, and I can't wait for you guys to see what the team here has been working on for this upcoming expansion and the campaigns. For me, it's not just additional content, new cards, shaking up the game, keeping things fresh, but it's also, small UI changes and changes to the look and feel of the game that just make it so much better. And good news, we are off. Scientiavore is in, and the game has started. Scientiavore versus Ari Big Ben for their place in the top 4. Scout, take it away.
Looks like they're both playing their... What was it? Both of their German-Japan decks, so it looks like we have a mirror matchup here. Not sure on the exact differences between them, but I'd imagine they're pretty similar. Oh, no, Scientiavore is running US ally. My bad. The turn 1 Nashub getting dropped again. Deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
We might see... Thought maybe he'd go for the trade and then get the Nashub value and then drop the artillery, but probably might want to save that for later. to save it to boost the attack of the artillery. We'll see.
Yeah. Ooh. It was a fairly expensive clear to get rid of that howitzer.
Yeah, removing his frontline control and using a joint operations. Pretty tough call there for him, but he probably did not want that artillery to spiral out of control.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I know better than either one of these players. So, understandable. Choosing to use the Flampanzer not to take out the Nashub.
Perhaps the Nashub isn't really a threat to him right now. Playing Theodore, opting for the Enigma. Probably a good call there, drawing him 3 cards. Doesn't really do anything to the board this turn, but setting up options for later.
And now we see Ari dropping his units, putting his presence, making it felt.
Yeah, the 234th's coming out. Scientifor, with his deck, definitely wants to get control.
Did you see that? Do you see that? One of the 34s actually discarded a Flampanzer. So maybe that can cause some problems with that Nashub down the line. Drawing his own now.
Already pulling his own Nashub. Probably going to put some face pressure on here. Really fill up that front line. We see Scientifor go for some trades here, get some Nashub value. Ooh. So he's going to get a lot of Nashub value here. He's got a Greyhound. He can trade into the 15th Cav.
Yep.
And then can't quite get the Hummel out because his backline is going to be full. But I think he's got a joint tops. All right, the Scientifor really getting a ton of Nashub value there. Really.
Yeah.
All right.
What a huge turn there by him. I'm turning the pressure right back on to Ari, who's going to get his own little Nashub value here. Not as much as Scientifor got, though.
Yeah, not as much. It's looking rough for him. It's looking rough. He only has that Sendai in hand right now. Scientifor with a lot of options, especially with those Hummels there that can just completely turn off all of Ari's turns. Just go and erase him. Yeah, that's a good call there, trading into the Panzer. We may see the Hummel get dropped and bounce the Gebirgsjäger.
Yep. Wow, this is looking like a rough game for Ari.
Yeah, for sure. He had that strong start, but Nashub coming in, dude, carrying Scientifor back to the front there.
All right, a decent turn here from Ari though, wrestling some control back. Sendai helping a little bit.
Still not getting rid of that Nashub, even with that new Flampanzer.
Yep.
Probably wants to negate as much frontline pressure. Maybe he's expecting a blitzkrieg or something. He just really wants to keep that pressure off. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think this is also where these players tend to shine. I mean, whenever I see a player like Scientifor or Ari or someone else play in a way that I don't understand, I'm pretty sure they are, they have an idea what they're doing.
I wouldn't think he would go for the Sendai there, because then of course he would just redeploy the Sendai and put it on the Panzer instead.
Exactly. He has a lot of bounce in hand, though. He controls the front line. He has that 99th Infantry and that Hummel. So whatever happens now, it's going to be a really, really difficult game for Ari to come back.
For sure. This doesn't seem like he has any options. Opting for the Sendai bounce, that's kind of surprising. I think this is going to make him end up losing his Panzer IV. The draw denial coming out from Ari.
Ari has a way to get rid of a lot. taking a lot of pressure off the board that round.
Mm-hmm. Still lacking any pressure of his own, however. Kind of feel like he's just delaying the inevitable here, but maybe he'll pull. Maybe we'll see another Empire of the Sun come in.
Yeah. Wait, is that is he holding a Bismarck?
He is holding a Bismarck.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, not going to do much for him right now, but
It's really like how they're playing this bouncing back and forth game with that Sendai and Panzers and Hummels.
yeah.
But now we see the face pressure come in, and yeah, that top deck has never been more important for Ari. Empire.
There's the Empire.
Is it too late?
I think it just might be. I think it just might be too late.
I think it is. He doesn't have a way unless he draws a way to deal with the front line. Nope.
Yeah, that looks like game right there.
Yep.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Kind of just I don't know. After he lost his momentum right at the start there, that kind of sealed the deal. He had no way to come back from that.
That Nashub was MVP that game for Science of War.
Yeah. A very powerful card, especially when you start getting in those trade wars early on. It can just ramp you up so quick.
Yeah, me too. I'm telling the players that they can go for game 2. And I think, like, yeah, that Nashub was extremely good. I'm thinking he probably received back 15, 16 credits. Like, 16 credits over 2 turns there. Like, turn 4 and 5.
Yeah, for sure. He could play whatever he wanted in his hand. It didn't matter. He had the credits for it.
So that shows you, for some of the newer players out there that might be thinking, which elite cards in Germany should I be going for? Nashub should probably be one of them. If you use it well, you can definitely win games from it.
It's great synergy with cards like Flampanzer and Nebelwerfer because it works with deploy effects too.
Yeah. Yep. We see the players are getting ready to head over into match number 2. As we load on in, Ari Big Ben versus Scientia Vor. This is game number 2. Scientia Vor taking down game number 1, 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. Take it away, Scout. What are we seeing here?
Ari looks like he's going for his British control. As we know, it's pretty much mono Britain with just a couple US buff cards. The 2 daylight bombings in his hand at Mulligan could really stifle Scientia Vor's credit spending early on. Scientia Vor looks like he's opting for his ramp deck, holding back his infantry there because he knows it would just get bombed immediately. Usually in the tokens versus British control matchup, I think British control has the advantage just because of all the pins, all the on deploys, the AoE. It could be rough for Scientia Vor here.
Yeah, we're not seeing the same burning start to this game for Scientia Vor as we did with Merlini last round.
Yeah, not too much clashing going on. Seems like they're both trying to just build things up. See the first removal come out. Now, Scientia Vor knows Ari has a naval support in his hand because, as we all know, when you deploy a Coldstream, it gives you one. So it is possible that Ari just trades into that ambush unit.
It's very.
I think
Scientia Vor is considering using that unity of strength on the 42nd rifles.
Because he knows it can get traded into otherwise. I think he really wants to get that unity out.
Yeah. And there he goes. Ooh, there's the blockade.
Yeah, he's got a couple Ari has a really punishing hand right now.
See,
Looks like that cup of tea, though, is going to be pretty brutal, honestly.
yeah.
Opt for the Monty here and go face. Didn't quite have the credits to Monty and also kill that 5-6, but maybe he's not worried about it. Scientivor, no real good play here. Just doesn't have the credits. Those daylight bombings really showing their strength.
I feel like surely Ari is going to look to get rid of that 40-second rifles here with that bomber.
He may continue to just go face. That is a pretty big bomber. Playing it safe. Look at that. The blockade coming in and further choking Scientivor's hand.
Oof, look at that.
Yeah, that is brutal. Blockade is a rough card to deal with.
You hate to see it. Scientivor just left with no plays, and that's probably about game? It's what, 9 damage?
Looking pretty over just because hit with another blockade, even furthering that gap between the play.
I'll tell you, this is not the hand you want to see. The
No.
7 cost.
That's definitely game.
Yep.
Already with so much pressure with those daylights and blockades, just completely choking out any chance of Scientivor being able to play anything.
Yeah. Really strong game there from Ari, tying up the series 1-1. 2 pretty fast games here for us.
And that's another thing tokens tend to lack too, is they don't tend to have an answer for bombers, especially big bombers. You just don't see those cards in their decks too often, and I think that was just a really one-sided matchup.
Yeah, and really difficult, like you say. Number one, he doesn't have answers to bombers. He's running a lot of infantry, and he has to spend time and resources walking across that battlefield to get to his opponent. And then all of a sudden, you're facing, what, a 5/5 bomber turn 4? Like, there's not a lot you can do there, and it's guarded by a 1/6 Coldstream guards as well. Really tough game there for Scientivor for sure. But now these players have both seen, 2 of each other's decks. They have that third backup deck. It's going to be really interesting to see what they bring into this next match.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe we'll see the resistance come out of Ari.
Oh, I hope so. Let's see. They're loading in. No, it is Germany against Britain.
Ari going back to the deck he played first round. Scientivor going for his British control now. We'll see how it works. Scientivor doesn't really have anything for the turn 1. So that 15th cav is probably going to get a free hit. The 35T top deck furthering that pressure from Ari.
That was a really important top deck because he has the Nebelwerfer to follow up next turn. And then he's got a joint top with 3 unit types on board that's going to do a lot of damage on turn 4.
A bit of a slow start by Scientivor here. A lot of that pressure coming out from Ari. Still has another joint op, still has a Nebelwerfer in hand.
Ooh, he discarded the 15 centimeter autocannon there.
I don't think that'll make too much difference, but what Scientivor needs to do here now is just get to that carpet bomb, He needs to survive to that carpet bomb and just go from there. First Marines, gonna buy him a little time. Not too much, but... He may go face and go for the Sendai on that. However, keeping that face pressure on.
Again, so much pressure coming out of Ari.
Alright. The Sexton coming out. Scientivor doesn't really have any other options. It's a real rough one. He's just really trying to buy time for that carpet bomb. And even then, it might be too late at that point. pretty rough. This is pretty rough.
So he needs to survive, 2 more turns?
No, it's yeah, 2 more turns because of the credit removal from.
Yeah.
I think that joint ops is gonna close it out.
Yep, I think so as well. With the plane as well, 4 damage. And just like that.
Joint ops today, we've been seeing that. We haven't talked about it, but that card has been getting a lot of value.
Joint ops. Wait. I feel like joint ops is one of the best cards in the game.
I've been hearing that a lot. I've been hearing a lot of people say it's one of the best cards in the game.
I mean, I feel like it's fairly easy to get a decent damage stat on it. It goes face.
It's cheap. It's extremely versatile. It hits face. It's just a super universal removal. There's like no downsides to it.
Yeah. Well, that was actually crazy. And with that, Ari becomes our 3rd player to progress into our top 4. And it's time for me to update him here in the bracket as well. So far, I gotta say, like, this is not the same as during the World Championship. During the World Championship, we had Gearbot, like, with his Commonwealth deck that just seemed, like, unbeatable, right? I feel like everything that we've seen up until this point in this tournament tells me that every player is beatable. Every player has a deck that, given the right strategy, the right play, is beatable.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of these two are coming down to just maybe some unfortunate matchups for some people as well. Like, I feel like, with tokens especially, it's one of those decks where it can be really strong, but it just has a few really hard counters to it that can be really hard to overcome if you run into those.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our bracket here real quick. Ari, Big Ben, and Rainstone 7-7 are our first confirmed semifinal match. They're going to be playing their semifinal match after this next match, which is personally my most anticipated match, just because I've seen these players play so much before, and that is Darkness against Blue Blast.
Yeah, it could be cool. I've seen a lot of Blue Blast play. I haven't seen much of Darkness, but from what I hear, he's pretty good. And as we know, we've seen him pretty much like since Alpha, just always at the top. Or since Beta, at least.
Yeah. And actually, so next Wednesday, I'm going to be doing a coaching stream with Darkness where we're going to be kind of discussing how to build decks for the top of the ladder. So, like, how do you build these types of tournament decks, these type of high-level decks? What is the thought process that goes into them? How do you test them out? We're going to be going through all of that together with Darkness, arguably the master in that, coming next week on Wednesday. But now it's time to get the next pair of players, Darkness and Blue Blast, into their respective computers and games. So I'm gonna quickly set up our little next match screen here so we can take a little quick 3-minute break. Blue Blast and Darkness. Here we go. So we'll throw this up, and then I'm going to jump and get them into the game, and then we'll be right back with more cards action. And then following the best of 3 between Blue Blast and Darkness, we're going to be revealing some information never before shared about the upcoming expansion and campaigns. So make sure to stick around and not go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back. The players are just logging in and getting ready. Let's hope that there aren't any more issues with the keyboard and mouse. I'm making sure that we have all our stuff set up properly with the overlays. Need to add in the title here for Blue Blast so you guys know who you're watching. And then we're just ready to go. Players are already loading into the game. And I'm really excited for this one, Scout.
Yeah, same here. Kind of liking the decks that they're bringing, especially from Blue Blast. He's got some pretty spicy decks here. He's got Alpine. He's got a Ramp deck. A German Burn deck even. Could be fun to see those. And from Darkness, Germany, Japan.
Yeah.
More tokens. With a bit of it's tokens with a twist. It's tokens with no. Am I crazy? No, it's not tokens. It's just Soviet value. My bad. And a British Japan air control deck. It looks like here. So
Yeah, I think these are gonna be, you know, if I know both of these players correctly, these are probably among the most thought out decks that we're gonna see in this tournament, right? They might not be the best, but like these are the ones that have, I would venture a guess, you know, at least a few minutes of thought behind every card that went into this deck. There were no like, oh yeah, I'll bring these in, of course, right?
yeah, maybe we'll see.
So we're just waiting for Darkness to select his deck, and then we're ready to head on into the game. Indeed, that is coming right now. Blue Blast versus Darkness, our last quarterfinal match here. Who will be our final person in the semifinals? Joining the likes of Ari Big Ben, Rainstone 7-7, and J King 7. Will it be Darkness or will it be Blue Blast? There's only one way to find out.
All right, Blue Blast going with his Blitz Burn deck, so probably going to see some super aggressive play out of him. Dude, these turn one Nashubs, man. I'm kind of tired of seeing them. But yeah, Darkness going for his, you know, traditional kind of mid-range control-y German Japan that we've definitely been seeing a lot. We may see a bunch of Nashub value again, seeing as Blue Blast will be playing a lot of small units. So if Darkness gets some trades off, we may see that snowball again.
Yeah, and I mean, we're about to see a little bit of value coming in, probably, with dropping the 35T there. No, actually, why would you do that? Well, I guess that's your best play. You can take the front line,
with that.
even though you don't really have anything to use the credits on, but...
It looks like he's going to hold the Panzer back to maybe get some Nashub.
Oh.
Maybe get some Nashub value.
I'm allowed a misclick or two for the duration of the day.
Blast dropping the Verbal Wind, a card that I think is definitely underrated because it is a cheap blitz tank with 3 hit points, and as we saw with the 34th Infantry that happened not too long ago, 3 hit points is a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. I mean, he just got sudden striked, so maybe not a big deal there, but Blue Blast, not really a great play here. He could probably trade the infantry into that Panzer.
I think
But
that's
doesn't really have anything else to play after that.
I think that's his
Almost like he
only
needs
play.
His own Nashub now.
I think that's his only play right now. Yeah, that at least leaves him with a unit on the board. Clears the front line. I guess that makes sense.
Looking a little hard for Blue Blast to maybe get the front line. Maybe not this next turn, though. He still has those 235 Ts in hand. That's 3 units right away he can put on the front line.
Yeah.
He may go for the draw, however, or he may just go full tilt with the aggro pressure, get as much face damage as he can. He is a burn deck after all, so it's kind of his whole shtick is hitting face.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a question of whether or not Darkness has a good answer to really clear that front line right away, and it looks like he does actually. Considering that he has the Sendai, he has the Naship, he has ways to deal with all of this.
Not quite enough credits, probably a lot of
Interesting.
with nothing to play off of it this turn. Maybe catching Blue Blast bluff. Blue Blast with the
Katyusha.
Though. Let's see if he gets lucky with the double roll.
No. You hate to
well,
see it. You hate to see it.
You know the risks when you play the card. Blue Blast looks like he's losing steam here, but he does have the triple air blitz and a Bismarck, and I believe a Kriegsmarine as well for some burn.
You know what? Like, I feel like the Katyusha is one of those cards that is like 50-0 for you and 50-0 in the other direction for your opponent. It like always works for your opponent when he needs it the most, but never for yourself.
Right. Blue Blast, kind of losing that aggro there. I think he might go for the air blitz here, maybe. It's a tough call, or probably the Katyusha, just to get rid of that Panzer that's putting some pressure on him.
Yeah, I think he has to.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he can't use the Katyusha this round because of the op cost, and which means that it becomes a bigger question because he can trade with the Panzer III into it instead.
I think he's really debating between the air blitz and the Katyusha. He's not going to be able to deploy it now, but
No.
it's for later. Darkness, I don't know. They're both kind of low on cards. Both kind of low. Darkness, could trade. He could, hipper that thing. Probably wouldn't want to hipper it though.
Nice. Just gonna give him a draw again next turn.
Yeah, give him a draw, but he would be able to hit face and not worry about getting his tank killed next turn. Even though we know Blue has the Katyusha and the Blitz Infantry and.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting turn.
Not too many great plays here.
This can be a really interesting turn here for Darkness. I mean, like you said, you don't want to hit for the Panzer III because he's just going to play it and he's going to draw whatever he wants next turn. I think this is probably, yeah.
It's smart for Darkness to go for the... Trying to close this game out, trying to fill some cards up in his hand.
Yeah, I agree.
I dropped for a bit, my bad.
Alright, so this is an interesting turn here for Blue Blast. He doesn't really have a really good way to deal with a lot of stuff here, but he's choosing to go for the autocannon play. It's interesting.
Yeah, we might see him... Might see him try to go for the Katyusha roll on the Panzer there.
I feel like that would make the most sense, but...
Or he could kill that draw guy. He should probably kill that draw guy, but we'll see. We'll see how ballsy he's feeling. Okay.
All right. Chooses to go for the guaranteed kill there. But now Darkness has a pretty easy trade to make into that autocannon.
Yeah, I don't think he would want to lose his Sendai, but it's looking pretty inevitable at this point.
I think he takes the Comet here over the Leopold. This Comet's going to give him lethal in 3 turns, and it doesn't look like Blue Blast is in a way to really mount much of a comeback in those 3 turns. What do you think?
Yeah, Darkness definitely looks like he's in control here. Last lack of cards. He's going for the Leopold, which I think is interesting. Maybe it's like a safety net, like, you know, just in case the worst happens, but let's see.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been saying as well, is like these players, they don't leave stuff to chance.
Yeah.
Let's see what Blue Blast has to work with here. Oof, not a great draw for him again. Has the ability now to get into the front line though. Maybe wrestling.
Yeah. He could get some cards off. Get a lot of stuff in that front line there. He might be able to bring this back just by wrestling control of the front line again. You know, Darkness has that Leopold, but don't know if it'll come in time to save him from the air blitzes and the big burn cards that we know Blue Blast is running.
Yeah, and now it's kind of a race to find out who's gonna finish each other first. Is Blue gonna find all of his direct damage before Darkness managed to wrestle the control off the board back? Keep in mind, Blue did skip one of the air blitzes earlier, so that's at the bottom of his deck.
Mm-hmm. But he still has those Kriegsmarine, another air blitz, and even a Comet. So he's got some pretty scary stuff. Pretty smart for Darkness there to deny Blue the draw. Probably noticing the kind of plays Blue is making and realizes that, hey, doesn't really have anything, so...
Yeah.
Blue still has that draw infantry, however, so he's getting a lot of value from that. Getting as much attack damage as he can with his units, opting not to use the air blitz, saving it for when he absolutely has to.
It was a good play by him also, bringing that draw unit into the front line, making sure that he matches the number of units so that he can try and maintain control as much as he can.
Ooh, the Leopold coming out. Not sure.
He's able to move that. He's able to move the Panzer III up, which I think was a prerequisite for that play being good.
Yeah. The Nashub definitely getting its value again.
You see, I mean, Blue needs to trade all of his infantry units, except for the 22nd, into this Panzer III if he wants to have a chance of trading him.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good trade for Blue Blast here. Trading 4 units for 1.
I mean, I wouldn't expect him actually to hit with them though.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
He doesn't even have he doesn't have credits to do that.
Yeah, especially not after that air blitz, but we'll see.
Darkness has 8 damage next turn. He has he has a joint op. And Darkness has lethal next turn.
Yeah, with that joint ops, yeah. That's game.
Yep.
Joint ops again. Just Nashub joint ops, dude.
Boom.
I see why this deck is very popular on the ladder.
That was really well played by Darkness. And despite, some early pressure coming out from Blue Blast there, I feel like we're seeing more of the MVP Nashub here.
Yeah, for sure.
Nashub joint ops, the new Empire of the Sun. MVP
Maybe,
cards.
It's just these Nashubs are getting matched up against these small aggro decks, and that is where they thrive because, these big German tanks basically are trading for free and just getting credits out of it, and it's so much value because there's so many things for them to trigger the Nashub off of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess, it's also lucky it's a little bit lucky for Darkness as well that he manages to get so many units to get that value from in his face really early. And I feel like we're also seeing like a consistent strategy of bringing your German deck into the first match, and I'm wondering if we're gonna see some counterplay coming out from some of the players in the later stages of the tournament, expecting that now.
Yeah, I can't really think of too much counterplay there would be though. This has been a very, very strong deck in the ladder for, I think, coming up on like a month now. Probably a very good reason it's up there.
Yeah.
Okay, Darkness playing some British Japan air control. Blue Blast playing his ramp deck. This could be a pretty close matchup. I think it's slightly in favor of the ramp, but we'll have to see. Darkness getting the blockade out nice and early.
Let's watch what that does to Blue's hand.
However, Blue Blast is playing ramps, so maybe credit manipulation isn't his biggest concern. Because the whole point of the blockades and the daylight bombings is to just, completely stifle any early plays from your opponent and like really slow down their drive into mid-range. But Blue Blast with his ramp deck, that's not going to be an issue for him. He's played 2 ramp cards and now a War Bonds, saying, "Hey, screw your blockade. I don't care. Let's get to the end game."
Yeah, he's going up really fast, up to 8 credits already. He's gonna have 9 in the next turn.
These interceptions from Darkness too may not do much for Darkness, or may not do much for Darkness at all, just because of the nature of USA removal, where it is either a deploy effect or it's a death from above, where it's just random destruction.
I mean, right now in his hand, Blue Blast can kill 4 different enemies with HP 5 or above without ever having to attack.
Might see the Corsair come out, or even an Avenger. Both would be a very strong play. Blue Blast with a massive card advantage right now as well. Plenty of removal in hand. He's got fighters. He's got on-deploy destruction. That, I'm calling it now. That interception in Darkness's hand is just... It's not going to get any value. Interesting play to use the patent here. Clearing stuff up so we can get the most value, I think.
Darkness. Ooh.
That is an interesting card to see in a Officers Club Championship.
I mean, we did a few drafts together the other day, and in those drafts, Patriotic Seal ended up winning us the game. So maybe he got a massive fondness for some of those doubling the HP effects.
The Avenger's getting tons of value here. Darkness not looking like he has any way to deal with those. Well, top deck to Shelling. That could buy him a little time. The interception, the naval operations, I think those are just dead cards for him. I don't think he's getting any value out of those, and that really sucks for him. But Darkness lacking card draw, lacking options, two dead cards in his hand. I don't know how he's going to come back from this. This is a lot of U.S. ramp pressure coming out from Blue Blast.
Yeah, and I mean he's nowhere near done. He's still holding 2 ramp cards in his hand. He's holding a lot of removal, and a couple of good solid units. So
looks like we might see the strategic planning come out.
Wow.
Darkness getting a bit of draw. I don't think it's going to help him.
I mean, he has those 2 fortifications, so he can stall it out a little bit, use the blockade to kind of try and clog up the hand. But like you said, Blue isn't really struggling with the credit manipulation at the moment.
He is not. Blue is sitting there with his 2 8 attack bombers on the front line and the top deck. a Woken Giant too, just to further solidify that mod.
Whoa,
Okay.
whoa, whoa.
You know, I'll be honest, I forgot that interception was there, but
He got value out of it.
Blue Blast wants the face here. He may go for a death from above. Probably unlikely. Might just drop his P40 there.
Yeah, I think the P40 is a good play here. You don't really, I don't know why you would 50-50 on these two units.
Yeah. No need for that. Ooh, Darkness playing a Commonwealth deck. I don't think we're going to see that come out.
Unfortunately for him, Blue's keeping him well below that 30 HP mark.
That's lethal right there, too. That's strategic planning. Just like so much firepower out of those Avengers.
GG.
Pretty just landslide victory with that ramp deck there. It felt like, again, one of those matchups where, you know, how it was like bombers versus tokens, where I hear it.
This is what happens when you're like, what is going on?
Yeah. No, but it's ramp, so credit manipulation doesn't really do anything. It's interceptions versus things that just don't care about interception. Like that was a really hard matchup. I think that was the game that was decided at draft.
Yeah, and well, either draft or at least the draws. You know, the way those two hands played out against each other definitely put Blue Blast really far ahead.
Definitely, yeah. He got pretty lucky getting his ramp cards nice and early on too.
Yeah, and with this, the series is tied 1-1. So we have the decider match between Darkness and Blue Blast coming up now. Think about it. So Blue can't bring his ramp deck again.
Yes.
Darkness can't bring his Germany deck now. Are we going to see the mirror matchup from the first match? Or are we going to see, you know, Blue going out and picking up his Alpine deck?
I think Blue might stick. Ooh, well, I guess he's playing his Alpine deck. Never mind.
Indeed, he is.
Nasha, dude, are these computers in the office rigged? Like, if Nashub is in their deck, they just get it every time. Okay, Darkness with going back to his Germany-Japan deck. Left with the Alpine deck.
So I feel like Blue Blast here is definitely, you know, benefiting from going first and getting a pretty good hand out of the mulligan. If he can keep this control and snowball this this Alpine deck in the same way we saw earlier today, I think this could be a tough game for Darkness, given the hand he's holding right now.
Mm-hmm. Darkness choosing not to drop his Gibber Jagger, probably waiting for the Nebelwerfer. Maybe wants to hold on to that Gibber Jagger. Maybe a better trade. A nice, smart, patient play by him, I think.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing immediately threatening the Nebelwerfer on board. So, definitely a good play by Darkness there.
Well, the joint top deck will help with that.
Yeah, it just might see the Eastern Front Bound come out as well. That also would help.
Yeah.
Because he can just trade into it, get the Nashub, and move the Alpennies up.
And he has a pretty good turn 5 as well.
Yeah, he'll have the Fury.
Yeah,
Still has Nashub on board.
Yep.
Yeah. Believe Darkness had a Takasagi in his hand. I could be wrong.
Yeah, he does.
I was kind of surprised to not see Blue trade into that Nebelwerfer there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I agree. That was a little bit weird. I wonder what his reasoning was before that. Maybe we can ask him later on.
Yeah, maybe. We might see these Takasagi come out right now, or we may see a Nebelwerfer into the Nebelwerfer attack and kill that little 2-3 that's on the front line.
Yeah. Here, that's a really interesting kind of decision between those two plays to make. Otherwise, with one of them, you're kind of denying an Alpine unit, so you're trying to slow down the buff, but the other, you're kind of delaying the face damage. So, can I ask you something? And like, don't make fun of me for being on the dev team and not knowing this, but if I Sendai an Alpine unit out and I deploy another Alpine unit, does it count the Sendai unit in terms of giving me the buff?
What, like if it's currently Sendai'd and off the board, it will not count towards it.
Okay.
I believe that it will get rebuffed when the Sendai is killed, though, like when it comes back on board.
So if you Sendai like a 1-2 and then it gets redeployed from the Sendai with 4 Alpine units, it'll get 4 buffs?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Because I believe Alpine is worded as adding units. That's why it works with encirclement.
Yeah.
Might see him drop the Artie here and then just trade into that Takasagi.
Looks like that's what he's gonna do.
I forgot Asher was there too. Ooh. And another Artie come. Ooh, Asher again with those power plays. Blue Blast with a scary board now.
He can do what, 12, 14 damage next turn. And then he has the Eastern Front bound, so he has lethal next turn.
No, because the Fury only lasts 1 turn when you drop those
Arties.
Arties.
Okay.
Yeah. Darkness with the Sendais. Blue.
I mean, he can kill the Sendai with his joint op.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot swapping. Swapping is a thing.
Eastern front bound. Face damage. Darkness still has another Sendai, however.
At the same time,
it will be enough.
That backline with those 2 big Arties starting to get really scary.
Yeah, for sure. Not really great options for Darkness here. I mean, he can get rid of that 1 artillery, but
I mean, like, what is he supposed to play here? Like, he plays the 141 Gibbers Jagger, where the infantry regiment, they just get traded out for free.
Yeah. They get traded. He gets Nashab value, and
yeah, I mean, he earns credits trading out that unit with that Artie.
yes.
So
that Kriegsmarine in Darkness's hand either. Probably not going to get much value from that. Okay, you might see a Blitz Panzer III to the front line.
yeah.
5 attack.
Ooh.
Pretty scary.
And now Darkness is very much on the back foot.
Yes. And
this is a decider match.
yeah, that Flompons are just coming just too late. Darkness, not really any good plays here. Doesn't have another Sendai. He's got a bounce with that Admiral Hipper, but
That's the only
other than
play
that,
I think he has.
yeah. And even then, it's just a slight stall.
I
If he bounces
mean,
the Blitz unit, it just comes right out, and if he bounces the Artie, there's still a giant Blitz unit up there.
yeah.
Okay, getting the kill there. It's a good play. Right, and that, of course, reduces the damage of the tank.
Gibbers Jagger. If somebody wants to teach me how to pronounce this, please let me know.
Blue Blast can get another hit on face, but Darkness looks like he can just trade it away afterwards with his artillery and his infantry that's on the board. But of course, if Sendai goes away... I think he's maybe holding off that Alpine there, because if the Sendai does die, his backline would be full and he would not get his unit back.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely correct with that. I wonder if he's debating moving the Nashab up. But, like, it wouldn't help him this turn, I guess.
I think he needs to go face here. It is possible that... Oof.
Interesting. If you're Darkness here, do you just trade with the Sendai?
I think so. I believe so. He's got a Flampanzer for that Alpine unit, that little 3-4 as well.
So he can basically trade with the Sendai, Flampanzer, the 3-4. Yep. Smart man.
Yeah, because Blue Blast filled his backline, and I think that may have not been the best of plays for him, to be completely honest.
Oh, the Kriegsmarine, that's 3 damage to the face, and he has a lot of different ways to close this game out after that, right? He has some more direct damage. Is he running a Bismarck in this deck?
Hang on, I'll check real quick. I don't think... Ooh. Alpine deck. I'm not seeing a Bismarck yet. Okay, I am seeing a Bismarck. I'm seeing a Comet. He's got the 3 joint ops. I believe he's played, what, 1 joint ops so far?
Yeah.
So, the Kriegsmarine might be the play. And his opponent is Germany, so his opponent is not going to...
Ooh. It's a great discard for him.
Yeah. Darkness will still be able to trade this away, but I think it's just a matter of time for Blue Blast here to just top deck lethal.
Oh, you mean for Blue Blast to top deck lethal?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Panzer 3H, what can he add? Nashab coming a little bit too late. The Panther G, there's no guard here, no healing. Darkness, I mean, he's sitting on the Kriegsmarine as well, not getting any value out of that. It's just 1 card in Blue Blast's hand.
Yeah. I don't think these are 2 terribly great options for Darkness here. I could see the Nashab getting value, and definitely the Panther G, but autocannon probably not a great choice for him at the moment. All right, looks like he's going to the Nashab to just trade away. And, yeah, get those extra credits out of it.
I mean, that Nashab got him the front line there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and yeah.
Oh, here's the autocannon.
Yep, that's lethal right there.
Oh, what a game.
It really was just a matter of time. Looking at the deck list, there were so many options for him to do that 2 damage.
And with that, Blue Blast becomes the 4th person to qualify for our semifinals. Let me update our bracket here real quick so that we can see this all filled out. These have been some exceptionally good matches so far. I've been really happy.
Yeah, they've been pretty fun. We've had a couple blowouts, a couple of close ones, but you know.
What I'm curious about is, what does chat think about this? How's chat liking this? Are the
We'll
people
find out in 5 minutes?
Yep. All right, so let's take a look at our black bracket here. In the semifinals, we are going to be watching Ari Big Ben taking on Rainstone 7-7. We're then going to be watching J King 7 taking on Blue Blast in that order. But before we get to that, we're going to spoil some stuff about the upcoming campaigns and expansions. But before we get to that, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to take... we're not going to take like 10 minutes. So I'm gonna change before we take the break. I'm gonna change the timer to just be how long should we be, Scout?
I don't know, man. You're the expert.
5 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
Is that a fair amount of time to have all the people wait? I think so.
A fair amount of time.
All right, 5 minutes. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes, and we're gonna be talking all about the upcoming expansion and campaigns before heading into the semifinals, followed by the finals of this first ever Officers Club tournament with $1,000 up for grabs. See you in just a second. And we're unmuted. We're back. All right, Scout. So, are you excited to hear what comes next?
Yes, absolutely. I've been the internal testers. They've been teasing me. They're like, "Oh, there's some cool stuff, Scout. There's cool stuff." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I really wish I had like an extensive video to show you guys like all of the stuff that's coming, but it's just gonna be a little sneak preview. But let's start with the overall information on the expansion. We'll pull up this slide, talk about it a little bit, then we'll go into more details a little bit later. But announcing the next expansion for KARDS. KARDS Theaters of War. It's going to be a new game mode, single player campaigns. We're going to have some nice PvE content. There will be 5 different historical campaigns, 5 new HQs with new boards accompanying them. So we're going to be able to play on some new battlefields, including the one that is in the background of our overlay. And 40 new cards. And these cards are not just single player cards. These are also cards that you can use in your decks and in battle. So first impression, Scott, what are you thinking?
New HQs seems really interesting. This is something that they've been talking about since Alpha even. They're always saying like, we're going to add new HQs. And it's cool to finally see that it's finally happening.
Yeah. All right. Well, Theaters of War introduces a whole new game mode, 40 new cards for your collection, new boards for each of the major factions, and more. Theaters of Wars are single-player PvE campaigns played out in historical scenarios where you take on special objectives in a hostile environment that's constantly challenging your skill and determination. This is all historically based, and I can say this, that each campaign will have some replayability. So this is not just you go through it once and never again. All right, so the next slide that I'm about to pull up here, this is about the pre-orders. Pre-orders start on June 19th. That is not today, not tomorrow, but the day after that. For everybody that pre-orders, they will receive on purchase 5 Theater of War Elite cards. And they get the Theater of War card back, which is going to be a special card back only available through the pre-order. And in the end, they get access to all the content on release on June 30th. So firm dates in there. What are you thinking of this?
I always like me some card packs or card backs. The elites in the pre-order deal seem pretty nice. A little pay to win there. No, I'm just kidding. But and June 30th, that's not that far off. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, so there's one thing that I need to say as well, and make sure that is absolutely clear. The single player campaigns will be purchasable both with real money and via gold. So you do not have to pay to get these, but you will have to play to get these. Of course, as always, we are a new game studio and we have a lot of passion to keep bringing this game. So if you can and want to purchase these campaigns for yourself, we do greatly appreciate all the support that we receive. And as a show of our appreciation a little bit, let's just bring up these 5 elite cards that you get with the pre-purchase. And here we go. These are the cards. So, as you will notice, they all have the same functionality, but they're all for different nations. So, for US, we have A Few Good Men. Choose one of 3 random elite US units to add to your hand. We have the Soul of Old Japan. Choose one of 3 random Japanese elite units to add to your hand. Africa Corps. Choose one of 3 random elite German units to add to your hand. And His Majesty's Chosen. Choose one of 3 random elite British units to add to your hand. And last but not least, the Heroes of the Soviet Union. That's one of 3 elite cards from a Soviet deck. Now, I want to hear your first reactions to this, Scout, especially since you are known for the meme decks, and they do kind of revolve around some of these elite cards, and now you have a search mechanism for them. What are your first thoughts here? How would you use these cards?
Yeah. Oh, and these are like elites from your deck, right? They're not just
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. They seem interesting. It seemed like a great card to make your deck smaller, which I'm sure a lot of top players know.
Oh wait,
Is just. Oh.
I think so. I'm not the game designer, but I'll get a message in about 5 minutes, being yelled at for saying the wrong thing. So let's leave that for you for me to know and you to find out,
Okay.
or not know, rather.
Yeah, definitely potential meme deck potential, especially those that revolve around having that one elite. One that jumps out is baby combo, getting that off cannon. Yeah, and I'm sure there's other synergies too, with the other cards that have yet to be revealed, and I'm looking forward to that.
So there's going to be 5 more elite cards coming in the expansion as well, and these are going to be spoiled in the coming days and weeks until launch. And now I've seen them, and there are a few of them there that those are going to be the big news. I mean, I kind of like, man, I so want to tell you. I so want to tell everybody. Like, there's a British elite that's coming that is, Scout. Oof. I'm theory crafting already up here. But all right, so I mean that's basically the thing. So the idea with the campaigns, just so we go a little bit more into the campaigns, because that is what that expansion is centered on. Let me bring our beautiful faces back here. Is we wanted to give you something to do when maybe you're not feeling the battle, you're not feeling the draft, but you want to play some cards, or maybe you're just not a PvP player, but you love World War II and you want to play some awesome, cool historical campaigns via card game. Well, we got you. Each campaign has different strategies, upgradable units, and multiple stages. Within each stage, you're going to have different options on how you want to play and what thematic route you want to take through the campaign, which means that you can get quite a bit of play from each one of the campaigns. You can also use them to earn the new cards. So all the cards that are going to be coming in through the expansion are unlockable through completing the campaigns. So that's going to be your way to get these cards in the end. And of course, as well, you also earn the new card backs, the new headquarters, the new play tables, and these are all really cool. Like, I'm like this Pacific jungle like thing that we have around us. That's one of the tables. I'm just gonna say that right now. But what you don't see here now is also some like interactivity, some movement in the table, some shadows and some nice looks, some textures. So I'm really excited to get that out to everybody. All right, well, I think that's about it for the spoiler part. Anything that you want to know? Yeah?
I do have one question, yes. Will the pre-order be available for gold, or is that real money only?
The pre-order is just real money.
Okay,
and
okay.
the pre-order is so we're announcing it in 2 days. Okay, I'm not going to say the price because we've been discussing it back and forth, and I'm not entirely sure where that discussion ended, so I don't want to set false expectations. But we do want this to be, we want this to be obtainable for all players that just want to play and earn this over time. But at the same time, we also want to give those that want to support us by purchasing our content the opportunity to. And the pre-sale and the pre-order is always exactly that. It's like, hey, do you love cards? Do you like what we're doing and you want to help us a little bit ahead of time? With some additional revenue and additional runway for the company, then that's pretty much what that is. So the pre-order is going to be real money only.
Okay, it's fair enough.
And I think like the topic of like spending money and companies and business and greed and all that kind of stuff, like it's a touchy subject to talk about. But in the end, we need to have a way to pay Kele to keep making to keep buffing blockade. All right. Let's take a refresher of our bracket here. Ari Big Ben facing against Rainstone 7-7. I'm going to give the guys the heads up that they can go. You guys can start the match. Ari and Rain. Both players are into their respective computers. Both players have launched their games and are just waiting for the go. So in about 3 or 4 minutes, we're going to be jumping into the next game. Ari Big Ben versus Rainstone 7-7, followed by J King 7 versus Blue Blast, before then heading over into our finals. And if we keep going and getting all these fast games in, we might do the third place match on stream, but we were going to do it off stream. So we'll see. There we go. Players are loading into the game. Enemy located. And let's go. Our first semi-final match of the day. Ari Big Ben facing off against Blue Blast. Scout, take it away. No, that's Ari Big Ben facing against Rainzone.
Rainzone, yeah. All right. Both players opening up with their German decks, as per usual. Yeah, German, Japan. Ari with no turn 1 play. Rainzone with the 15th cav. With another 15th cav coming out. Applying that pressure early. Ari will eventually be in range for Flampanzers, or he can just do his own 15th cav. Take some of that pressure off. Rainzone dropping the auto cannon. Almost looking like a burn deck here, but that autocannon might get a lot of damage off. You don't really see those things stick too often, but when they do, they can be pretty devastating. For those who don't know, anytime Rainzone deploys a unit now, he will do 2 damage to the enemy HQ. Yeah.
And I just want to use this opportunity. I stood up for 1 second. That's why I wasn't swapping. My bad. I'm going to use this opportunity to correct. This does not pull units from your deck. It does pull a random elite unit from that nation, meaning that you can have duplicate elites using this card.
Very cool. Very cool. Rainzone looks like he's looking for some toys to play with here. Kind of fishing around in his deck. Not too many big plays at the moment. He's got those big tanks up there, but he's still on his back foot. Not sure what Ari will play here. Might go for the Gibberg Jaeger. Might try to go wide.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he opts for. Going face as well.
Rainzone, he's got some removal here. Good to go. He can maybe sudden strike the 35T, take the front line. And that could be a pretty strong play by him. Just deny Ari that frontline pressure.
Yeah. Interesting that he doesn't want to use the sudden strike. well, chooses to go with it in the end.
Yeah, he may have been debating between that and maybe like a 22nd infantry.
Yeah.
But I think that was a good play he made there. Just removing as many units as he can. Not great options for Ari here at all, I don't think.
Oh, I mean, he has that Empire Sun in his hand now. It means that if he at least gets to turn 10, he has a way to, you know, pedal back. And this is exactly the use case that we saw for that card in the World Championship. It's because these are so, you know, well-built decks. The Empire just always pulls cards that help you out a lot.
Because these matches can be so close that an Empire is just the perfect thing to break that stalemate and just give you the advantage.
Exactly.
We may see the Sendai come out on the Takasagi. Or maybe even the Admiral Hipper, just to deny that credit and deny that draw. Oh, I was mistaken. I thought that Panzer III was Rainzone's Panzer III. It is not. The decks are very similar.
Oh, they are. But Ari finding himself with his back against the wall here early on, only 8 HP. But
Ari with some great pull on that Nebelwerfer, I think. Tons of frontline pressure now.
yeah. And Rainstone now finding himself kind of running out of steam a little bit, but he has a lot of removal. He has the Admiral Hipper. He has the hard removal. I forget what it's called. And the Sendai.
Samurai, yeah.
Blade of the Samurai, yeah.
Unfortunately, the Hipper and the Sendai are only temporary.
Yeah. Ooh.
It's a pretty strong play there. And that can't be targeted by orders either, which means that Blade of the Samurai is pretty useless against that. A very strong turn from Ari there, just dropping that elite tiger.
Yeah. I always feel like, you know, when you drop a big unit in cards and you get that table shaking thing, like I almost feel like I'm physically slamming that card down and being like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a pretty new addition too, I think. That table shake there.
Yeah, I really like that.
Going for the blade on that. Moving the Sendai up probably just to buy him some kind of time because that tiger's coming for him and it's looking rough. The 15th Cav is unironically the top deck here. Gets the Kasagi back. Moves the tiger up. Hits face with it. That is a lot of damage coming out. Rain Zone. Just he does not have an answer for that tiger. The fact that it's immune to orders really is holding him back here.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Unless he top decks like a Leopold or something. I know that's gonna be it.
Yep.
That's gonna be it. That tiger really closing out that game.
And the joint up, just in case he wasn't dead enough. All right.
Ari was in a good position there. Even without that tiger, he still had that Empire of the Sun to bring things back. So he had many ways to win that there.
Yeah, Ari was in a really good spot there. Rainstone definitely putting some pressure out early, though. Ari having to work for it a little bit, but playing it really well, fighting his way back into the game, and ultimately taking it down. Really well done by Ari there. What do you think we're gonna see now in the second match? What decks are these guys gonna bring?
I think we might see some control coming out of Ari. He seems to like that deck. His no, excuse me. Yes, his British control deck, and it looks like that's what he's bringing. Albacores and daylight. Oh, not keeping the daylight bombing. That's interesting. Still getting some very good early units, however. Rainstone going with a ramp deck or just a bomber deck? Yum. Okay, no, it is a frontline aggro deck that uses Japan. Getting the 109th out. A nice beefy Greyhound. Ari probably going to drop the Albacore on that 109. Yeah, you gotta get rid of those 109s as soon as you can.
Yes.
Okay. Swordfish probably gonna trade into that 15th cav there.
Am I the only one that is always really relieved when the 31st discards another 34th? I'm just like, yes.
We might see some plays in the last game where Ari played this deck. You know, going for the buff attack on the bomber. That could be pretty scary to see. He did drop the Coldstream.
Yeah.
But Rainstone definitely getting that momentum by holding the front line.
So he chooses to naval support the Coldstream guards there, but I think that might also just be because that works better for him. He has another Coldstream in hand. He can kind of hold out and wait for a cup of tea so that he can get that. Never mind. I was going to say 5/5 bomber, but then Ari just kills it.
Yeah. Another Coldstream coming out. Ari kind of on his back foot here. He does have 2 alliances in hand, but he doesn't quite have the units to get value from those. We might see some power coming from those later. Rainstone with 2 M16s in his hand, ready to bounce those guards away.
Yeah, and that's an exceptionally good counter to the Coldstream guards.
Rainstone with many, many bounce cards in his hand. This is going to be tough for Ari because Rainstone, anything Ari puts out, Rainstone can just send it back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's good for Ari that he's putting out a unit with a good deployment effect here, making it less likely for Rainstone to bounce it. But he'll just trade it out instead.
He might go for the for the Emperor, trade the Greyhound into that, and then do 5 damage to face.
Yeah.
And also move his guy up to the front line. Yeah, that's a pretty strong play by Rainstone.
Well, I think that's an exceptionally good play.
Yeah, and Rainstone's still packing those 3 bounce cards. Bombers coming out. Maybe Ari hoping he could find a
the quad swordfish.
I'm gonna see the close air support come out. Probably only to see it get bounced immediately, but we might see the alliance come in here. Probably send that big bomber back, and then I think he should clear these bombers. Yeah, 'cause you don't want to face the alliance with all those cheap bombers getting +2/+2. And since that swordfish came from HMS, it's going to have blitz when he deploys it again.
Yeah.
So might go for the alliance here.
He's probably gonna alliance close air support.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have enough credits to attack with everything if he did that.
Yeah.
But he'll go for it anyways. Okay. With a Sherman, kill that T3 probably. As we know, Rainstone still packing a lot of bounce.
Yep.
He even has smokescreen for his HQ to maybe stop a big hit by Ari, but those bombers are looking pretty threatening now.
Oh man, that bounced.
Well, they're looking less threatening now, but
that bounce is it's just painful to watch.
Ari still has another. He still has another alliance though.
He has another alliance. He has another Coldstream cards, and he has a cup of tea. So, and we're seeing Rainstone is all out of bounds. So,
This shoe. Ooh, massive buffs coming out from Ari here. Rain Zone looks like he's losing his steam. Ari pretty much played like his whole hand in just 2 turns.
yep.
Get some HQ protection with those smokescreen Marines there.
Yep.
Rain Zone dumping his entire hand onto the board. Yeah, I think his best bet is to just maybe go for face here. It's not looking good for him right now.
He's just looking to race. Really good that he got that smoke
Ari's
screen off.
No problem clearing all of these.
I think Ari would have had lethal if that smoke screen wasn't there.
Unfortunately, he could not hit face because of the smoke screen. But
Yeah.
next turn, yeah.
Unfortunate there for Rain Zone. Really
Not
well
sure
played.
there's yeah, this is Ari has lethal. I'm pretty sure with all the stuff in his hand.
Yeah. I mean, he can buff, what, 4/4, so that becomes a 9/9, 11/11. Yeah. Yeah, he has lethal. He has lethal.
Nice comeback from Ari there. Those AoE buffs on his mom. Ooh, disease coming out.
Oh, I mean, understandable though. What a huge comeback there from Ari. Superbly played around those bombers, dealing with all that bounce coming out from Rain Zone.
Yeah, for sure. Those that's what it's 2-0 for Ari, isn't it?
Yep, 2-0 for Ari, and he is our first finalist. The winner of the season, showing that that wasn't a fluke, making it all the way to the finals. There we go. Let's put him into the finals here.
So that means he's guaranteed for like at least $300 now, right?
Yes. Well, no, actually, he's guaranteed in the top 2. Yeah, $300. Yeah. So he is guaranteed $300. If he wins the finals, that's going to be $500. It's pretty good for a day of playing cards.
Yeah, not bad.
Paste. Okay, there we go. All right. So this bracket graphic is a little bit wonky. Let's see. Hey, it's kind of in the right place. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Ari Big Ben, our first finalist. And that means that all we have yet to do in this semifinal is to play the match between J King 7 and Blue Blast. It's going to be an exciting one as well to see who is going to face Ari Big Ben in the finals. Who's going to ensure that they get those $300 as well. I'm really looking forward to this second semifinal here. What we need to do now is we need to get the players onto the computers and logged in and get them ready. So we're going to jump on to a quick 5-minute break before we continue on with the second semifinal between Blue Blast and J King 7. See you in a bit. And we are back. I always forget to mute the mic when we get back from break. I feel like Germany has been so dominant, I just had to put on the helmet again.
Yeah. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone, however. It's been a super popular deck on the ladder for a good month now.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the most played decks for the top 10 in the Officers Club this season and the previous season, I think there's one person that's most played Britain, and everyone else is Germany.
Yeah, even approaching top 20, it's just German.
Yeah. Well, Germany is a good nation, but once again, there's some elite cards coming that I think... I mean, arguably, the German elite card is also pretty insane, but the Britain one, I think, is going to make for some interesting counters. All right, we're basically about to be ready to head on into the second semifinal. This one is going to be between Blue Blast and J King 7. You can see the bracket right there. Ari Big Ben, having beat his way through the tournament, qualified to the finals, and insured himself $300. J King 7 and Blue Blast now battling for that final spot in the finals, a guaranteed $300 and a chance to win $500 and be crowned the first ever Officers Club champion. And I think that's probably more worth it than the money, at least for me. I'm a pride guy.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out after.
All right, the players are ready to start. They're just waiting for our go, and they have it. So we are loading into the game. Here we go. The second semifinal matchup between Blue Blast and J King 7. Blue Blast playing Germany, J King 7 playing Germany. Scout, tell us about this game.
Well, Germany v Germany in the opening hands. Can't say it's anything new here. Blue Blast opting for his burn version of Germany. However, he is running two German decks. He has an Alpine one and a burn version. This is his burn version, it looks like. J King with the Alpine, his Alpine, however. So
some formalities being traded there with the players. Everybody's friends. Everybody's really nice until the Panzers and Leopolds start flying.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of a slow start. We're not seeing turn one Nashubs flying onto the board, so that's a nice change of pace. But a bit of a slow start for them both here. I think this may be a battle of who gets their snowball first. Blue Blast with not too many great options here. He may go for the SD KFZ 222. Maybe just drop the Flompounce rock. That works too. Probably the better play.
I'm answering chat here, so I'm not pressing swap. I'm sorry. Interested to see what J King does here. Might go for the encirclement. Get a nice foothold on the front line with those Gebirgsjäger, or however you say them. Chat got a little mad at me for saying it wrong, but see, I'm in the same boat. I'll happily admit that I have no idea how to pronounce that. What would you do here, given that you have that 2 op cost on the Flampanzer? Would you be looking to play a big unit, or would you trade with the smaller mountain boys?
Looks like he might go for the SDKF set. Ooh, he might go with that too. Yeah, and buff the attack of it, and just trade into the 4/3.
Well, that's smart. That's smart. Makes it so that J King is not able to trade anything back, really. Well, he could take that. He could take that. What's that called? SDZ.
SDKFZ 222, right?
SDKFZ 222. Yeah.
He's got his own flam panzers as well. He's got another encirclement as well. Yeah, gonna trade into that. Pretty scary front line by J King here.
Yep. Blue Blast finding his second air blitz though. Pretty early in the game though to be pulling those air blitzes. He definitely wants to see some units rather. Interesting kind of options for him on the board here. I wonder, do you just play the Panzer 3H here, pick out a card, and...
No, I think because he's facing an Alpine deck, it's really dangerous to keep those Alpine units unchecked, so I think he's forced to go for the trades here.
Yeah. You'd say that's probably one of the biggest mistakes that people make against Alpine decks is not to trade out the Alpine units.
Yeah, because your opponent only has so many Alpine units. You know, they're pretty limited in Italy, and of course Germany's got a few. He's gotten some nice value out of those encirclements for sure, but yeah, you want to trade out the Alpines. It's an Alpine deck. It snowballs with Alpine, but I think that was a good play there, getting rid of that Flam Panzer that could kill his Gibberjäger in one hit.
Yeah.
Blue Blast getting his Nashub could maybe drop that down, trade into these guys here. Ooh.
Do you take the third air blitz just so you basically have 12 damage in hand?
I don't know. I think these air blitzes have been kind of poor options for Blue Blast here, especially in that last matchup too, where they just were not doing him any favors.
Yeah. Ooh, I wonder, he's going to drop the Naship here. He's going to trade and then play the Whirlwind.
Yeah, that seems likely. These air blitzes, pretty useless cards if you're on your back foot. They're great at closing the game out if you've been aggressive and putting pressure on, but these games are pretty even and he's not getting a whole lot of value out of them.
That's an exceptional top deck joint operation there for J King. Just means it makes it so much easier for him to deal with the board.
Yeah, he might use it on that Whirlwind and probably move his Alpennies up, shoot the artillery at the Panzer III. I'd find it really interesting if he played Eastern Front bound here. Just because, I don't know.
You see, looks like he's trying to set up for the artillery, maybe?
Maybe. I guess he just expects Blue Blast to just trade units in there.
Oof. Blue Blast hands is looking really tough right now.
Yeah. And I think that honestly might be issues with the deck. Like it's not really designed for these close, close games where it's just trading back and forth.
Yeah.
I think this deck is designed to just get an early lead and push it like crazy, but it's not working out that way for him. He does finally get one air blitz off, but J King with a pretty massive card advantage here. Blue Blast is gonna get some magic, losing his natural too. Yeah, this is looking real rough for Blue Blast. Face. Yeah, he may win with just burn cards. For example, he pulled, I don't know, a Kriegsmarine now, and then pulled a Bismarck.
Yeah.
Could honestly win right there. But Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think our friend Blue Blast is gonna really come back from this one.
No, it's definitely looking pretty difficult for him now. And yep, there is the artillery making it even more difficult and pretty much just finishing out the game. J King 7 taking down Blue Blast in their first game in this second semifinal of the tournament for that final spot in those finals. We're seeing them now just getting straight into the next match. I don't think there's any reason for us to delay it. You guys can go whenever. What I'm going to do as well in a couple of minutes is I'm going to post into chat, and I'm going to post it across Twitch chat, Facebook, and YouTube, a code for a pack. So this code is going to be a multi-use code. It's going to contain a total of 10 packs. Each person can use it once to claim a single pack. So make sure to have the copy-paste fingers ready in chat at the end of this next game. And make sure to tell your friends to come into chat and have their trigger fingers ready for after this next game.
I don't know if you do that. That would just kind of lower your own chances.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least then, like, you know, you earn the goodwill of having helped someone.
All right, Blue Blast coming in here with looks like a ramp deck versus tokens. I don't think we've seen that matchup yet.
No, we haven't. And look at that, J King having that Zukov turn 1 in his hand. And, you know, if he gets a good roll out of Zukov, that could be the start he needs to win this game. We saw how strong this all-in ramp deck is from Blue Blast.
Yeah, he's debating it because it is possible he pulls a card that he can't play, and not a great pull, but at least he can play it. So
yeah,
that's something. I think the best pull he could have gotten there was maybe a Cossacks.
Yes, agreed. Blue Blast.
Blue Blast not getting his early ramp cards this time, and I think tokens are actually pretty favored in this matchup just because the random destruction from the US ramp is going to be pretty inaccurate when the whole board is full of tokens.
Yeah.
Now I've seen that not make a difference before. I've seen some crazy luck with it before, but Blue Blast hasn't struck me as the guy to take those gambles so far. So
no, I feel like in general, Blue is a fairly calculated player. I wonder, is J King just thinking, or did his input thing freeze? No, he's just thinking.
yeah, I think he's debating it if he wants to.
Did he disconnect?
Oh.
Ooh. One sec. So J King's internet actually cut out, and he is not able to make his moves. So, and unfortunately, there is nothing that we can do about that.
So would they replay the game, or what's the ruling on that?
All right, we are back. J King is back. His internet cut out. Unfortunate for him, but luckily for him, at the same time, he's not in a dire situation, although he could be in a better situation if he had not disconnected.
Yeah, he did kind of just straight miss a couple turns there.
Yeah.
And Blue Blast dropping that P40. And as we've seen, tokens kind of do struggle against air units. So this is looking pretty bad for J King right now, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for him. Absolutely. But who knows? Maybe he has a way to get back. And yeah, that P40, man, that's going to be so difficult. All those 0 cost units ending up having 2 operating costs, slowing him down a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And now it looks like Blue Blast. Ooh. Okay. Opting to put the guard up there. I guess that makes more sense than putting the ambush. The Naval Brigade coming out, though. Gonna destroy that guard, but this P40 is just absolutely devastating his operation costs.
Yeah. It's definitely a tricky time to be J King right now.
Okay. Moving the ambush to the front line can potentially trade with 2 units. The Men of Steel coming out from J King, however, he could.
I wonder if it would ever be worth playing the Men of Steel now. I don't think so. I think it probably makes more sense for him to try and get a bigger guard unit out and maybe more units.
He does have the Alliance still.
Ooh, that's true.
Which he might go for.
The Alliance, ooh.
But even then, Blue Blast still has that Corsair in the back line, and
yeah, he has ways to deal with that for sure.
Yeah, he still has that Death from Above as well, so he could literally just trade the Corsair and Death from Above, kill both units, and still have the P40 out and ready. Looks like he might go for the draw. Okay, Patton is a decent pull. Carpet Bomb is an even better pull. We might just see him sit tight and let J King throw some units out and then knock it all out in one fell swoop.
Okay. I'm setting everything up. I'm really sorry that I'm not switching. I'm really bad at this. I'm trying to get the codes ready for the giveaway as well. I'm pretty sure chat will forgive me.
Alright, looks like J King is going to use this opportunity to develop the board. Unfortunately, we all know what's coming. Not even the Men of Steel would save him there. You hate to see it. We know that Carpet Bomb is about to come and just destroy all those dreams.
Yeah. Oh. Your dreams are memes now. It's pretty much what it is. He's got the Carpet Bomb. He's also got the strategic bombing there as well.
Yeah, that was an extra brutal Carpet Bomb. I was honestly kind of surprised to see J King even use the Men of Steel on that.
Man, seeing a high value Carpet Bomb though is always just inherently satisfying. I just love it.
It is. J King getting a pretty big draw here. But as we know, Blue Blast with that strategic bombing still. So
yep.
We're going to say bye-bye to all those tokens. Yeah, these big ramp AoE cards definitely putting in work this game. Blue Blast only has one left in his deck, however.
Yeah, and I mean, considering that you know, J King missed out on those couple of turns. I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah. I believe he still has another no surrender and a unity in hand. So if Blue Blast doesn't kill this token on the front line, it could potentially be some big trouble for Blue Blast. Because the only way I believe J King can even remove these planes is by trading into them.
Yeah.
So I think Blue Blast's best play is to trade into there, but it looks like he's probably going to go face here. Oh, okay. He went for the trade, playing it safe, playing it calculated.
Whoop. I'll swap, I promise.
Next turn even, he has a strategic planning. But that P40 is really setting Blue Blast back. Those operation costs are just extra brutal.
I mean, how much operating cost has that P40 given J King in this game? Like,
at least 10.
Yep.
Oh, Blue Blast with the top deck, Seaborn Invasion too. My goodness.
Ooh.
These big sweeping power play cards just putting in work.
For everybody that maybe didn't know, if you logged in during the final day of the D-Day event, Seaborn Invasion is going to be sitting and waiting for you in your collection. So if you're wondering, do I have Seaborn Invasion? Go check it out. You might have earned it the other day.
We may see Blue Blast go for face here. We know J King has the Unity in hand. Okay, opting for the trades, it looks like. Probably going to hit face with that Corsair. I was just thinking because Blue has that patent in hand, he could make a big blitz play with his aircraft and maybe close out the game. But it's a good play too. And I think that Bloody Sickle has just put J King in lethal range, putting him on 8 HP.
Yep. Strategic planning.
Yeah.
Coming in clutch.
Strategic planning. He could also go for the patent blitz, but you got to do it with style. You got to use the strategic planning. That's both games now where he's played ramped. He has used strategic planning. I don't think anyone could have seen that coming.
It's strategic planning and patriotic seal, man. Like, these are the two MVP cards. They're the new best cards in the game.
Sure.
No, it's definitely come in handy for him, and it's a situational card. But if you find yourself in that situation, it'll be good. I have a helmet because he won with the U.S. One second.
Dude, Ollie's not here, dude. Look at him wearing that nerdy stuff, dude.
This doesn't really work though.
No.
But I'm like, we're the same. We're the same.
Sure.
All right. And there we go. We're heading into the third and final game in this second semifinal of this first ever OCC Officers Club Championship. Blue Blast versus J King 7. Let's see what this game brings.
Blue Blast looks like he's hanging up the Alpine deck. Looks like we have hanging up his burn deck. Looks like we have an Alpine Ditto now.
We have two Alpine decks.
Yeah, this is really anyone's game.
We have two Alpine decks, and it looks like both Alpine decks are only starting with one Alpine unit in their hand.
J King hasn't quite finished his mulligan yet. He's probably... I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, sorry. It's my bad.
I think that was a pretty unfortunate mulligan for J King. He threw away cards he didn't want. Looks like he got even worse cards. Does have an Alpine unit, turn 1. Doesn't have anything to snowball off of it, however. Maybe turn 3? Oh, excuse the dog barking.
That's fine.
Oh, man.
Oh. Oh. Well, that joint up will definitely help him out.
Hang on, I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
No problem. All right. Now I'm solo casting, I guess. I'm not quite as good at that as Scout is, but definitely interesting to see here. Flampanzer could be pretty good here.
Okay, apologies. I am back.
Thank you. No worries. I also mixed up the deployment cost on these Alpine units. All right, joint up. We'll get rid of the Arty. Give them a little bit of a breathing space. Trades the Flampanzer into the other Alpine unit. Pretty good turn there for blue.
Mm-hmm. It's looking like the card advantage might be what brings blue ahead here. J King's still packing the Enigma, but he doesn't really have Alpine units in his hands, so that could really hurt him here. All right, so now both players have a single Gibrig Jaeger on the board. Blue Blast, I believe, has more Alpine units to play off of his, however. Yeah, keeping up that card advantage, keeping that Alpine effect going, and drawing even more cards. Blue Blast definitely building up his options here.
Yeah. J King pulling that encirclement, not in a position to make good use of it anytime soon either.
This is a pretty poor scenario for J King. I really think his only play is that Enigma right there, just to get some kind of options.
Yeah. A double Nebelwerfer and the Panzer. The Panzer's a really good pull for him there.
35T is a very solid pull. And now maybe he can get some Nebelwerfer value. But Blue Blast, he's got these Alpine units. He's got the Eastern Front bound. He's gonna have some big units on the board that I'm not sure J King is ready to deal with yet. Eastern Front bound, buff his units, see what options he has. Yeah. And I think J King does have 2 Nebelwerfers in his hand, so he's got just enough to clear that front line and then get 2 Nebelwerfers up. He's gonna lose his Gibrig Jaeger, but
I feel like it's definitely worth it. That Gibrig Jaeger served its purpose. It's a good soldier.
And now blue has to deal with 2 artilleries on the back line, which, looking at his current hand, doesn't seem like that'll be an issue for him. With his blitz tanks and his joint operation.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he'll have no problem dealing with this board.
Let's just see which way he goes about it now, and he'll have credits left over to even play something else. around, thinking, making sure it's absolutely what he has to do. He can either take the front line or develop the board more.
So this is something like I feel like I would really struggle playing that artillery unit because I would just never want to play it unless I got use out of the Fury. In what situations, you know, do you think it makes sense to just forego effects like Blitz or give someone Fury or something to just get the unit out there? Like, when do you find yourself in positions like that?
Oh, well, I think for that artillery in particular, I wouldn't even say the Fury is the standout effect. I would say the Alpine is its most standout feature, because it's not often that you can drop a really big artillery for such a low cost, and there's a reason for that, is because big artilleries are scary. Big artilleries can do quite a lot, especially for that cheap. So the Fury, honestly, I'm not even sure if it needs the Fury. That's just a crazy bonus at that point.
Yeah.
Does have a Panzer 3L there, taking the front line. That is pretty powerful play. J King, with what he's showing on board, would have to trade both of those units into it to remove it, and still have to deal with whatever else Blue Blast is packing. Looks like he did pull that joint ops. A very popular card we've seen today. May go for the joint ops on it, trade in the Alpine, and then maybe trade into the artillery with his Flampanzer.
Yeah.
Ooh, going for the encirclement. Okay. Seems like a pretty back and forth game here. J King right back down to having no cards in his hand, however. Blue Blast with 2 Blitzkriegs. Can't quite get the front line, it seems. He could, however, maybe trade a 35T into that Flampanzer and then use the Nebelwerfer in his Flampanzer to kill the 4 HP one.
Yeah.
Or, okay, he's going to go for draw options here. I don't think any of those options are going to help him out, but at least not at the moment.
No, I think these are all poor options for him. I agree with that.
The encirclement, however, later on, later on could really empower those Blitzkriegs when he does get the front line back.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Having that encirclement there with the Panzer 35T, and even just you know, next turn, if he can kill the front line Flampanzer with the Nebelwerfer and then put 3 tanks in the front line, he can. That's lethal.
See a Blitzkrieg come out.
Oh yeah. Well, he's. I think he's 1 or 2 credits short of lethal next turn. But good job recognizing that by J King and getting the trades in.
All right, we might see a Blue Blast come out. We might see a Blitzkrieg come out from Blue Blast now. With those encirclements. And yeah. It's going to be close on the credits, but I think he can pull it off. Encircling the 35T is probably the better option for him, just because yeah, he's 1 credit short from getting all of the units ready for a Blitzkrieg.
Yeah.
And he still has that other Blitzkrieg, still has a Comet. Ooh. An unfortunate top deck for J King.
I think that's game, right?
Yeah.
It's +6 damage on the Blitzkrieg. So Blue Blast has lethal there. And that means that Blue Blast is going to be beating J King 7 here in the semifinals and being the second finalist in this first ever OCC championship.
Going to be facing off against Ari.
That means the places 1 and 2 on the ladder are finalists in this tournament. So they were seated on the opposite ends of the bracket. Let me update the bracket here real quick. Copy. Get the bracket up here so we can see how this all played out. There we go. All right, as you can see, it's going to be Ari Big Ben versus Blue Blast in our finals. That means that J King 7 and Rainstone 7-7 are going to be playing the third place best out of 3. And because we've been pretty good in keeping on schedule, we're actually pretty far ahead of schedule to where we thought we would be. Let's do the third place match on stream as well.
Sounds good.
So the next match before we head into the best of 5 finals will be Rainstone 7-7 with against J King 7. So let's let them know. J King 7 and Rainstone. I'd like to do the third place match on stream. And while we're waiting for them to get back to me and get ready, let's post a couple more codes. I'm also like, I realized that because there's a 5-minute delay, the codes are just going out like randomly. People get no heads up. All of a sudden it's just like, wah, codes.
Well, you told them they had the copy paste ready, so.
Yep. All right. I'm having fun with this code stuff. I'm not gonna lie. For sure. Okay. Let me see. Double check all the stuff with J King. You can do here rain. Okay. So all right, it looks like the players are down to doing this the third place match on stream. So we can just start pairing that. Getting everything ready for this. Super busy doing the overlay bracket and everything. Rainstone, J King, okay. Cool. Rainstone, you are machine 1. All right. In that case, let's pull up our be right back next match screen and get that set up. And then how are you liking the tournament so far?
It's bringing up some World Championship vibes, which is good. I like it. It's fun seeing the big guys duke it out.
The big boys?
Yeah. And of course, you know, the content reveals, always nice.
Okay, cool. There we go. All right, we're going to take a quick break while we get J King 7 and Rainstone 77 set up for their third place best out of 3. This is a decider match to figure out who leaves with nothing from this tournament outside of just the fantastic experience and good times and all that jazz. But the other person's going to walk away with $200. So it's basically 3 games, $200. You can think of that as a mini tournament. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes with the third place match before we head over into the grand final best out of 5 between Blue Blast and Ari Big Ben. See you in a little bit. And we are back, and we are just about ready to head on into this third place match between J King 7 and Rainstone 77. Both players look to be ready and waiting for the go-ahead. Go ahead, guys. Start the match. Good luck. Have fun. This match or this matchup is for $200. What do you think we're going to see here? I mean, we just saw J King play. We're going to see Germany first game?
Yeah, probably. I'd say probably not much different from what we've been seeing. Everybody bringing their German-Japan deck. Might see more tokens again, though.
All right. I made some more codes. And there we go. The players are loading into the game, it looks like. And let's take it away. Rainstone 77 against J King 7. The Sevens are battling it out for second place. Germany versus Germany. What a shocker. Scout, take it away.
All right, looks like a pretty terrible mulligan by Rainstone there. We saw that Bismarck and Kriegsmarine immediately enter his hand.
Yeah, that looks rough.
J King busting out the Alpine. Man, that is rough. and pulling the Comet too after that. I don't know. It's hard to think of a worse hand for Rainstone right now. Meanwhile, J King getting those Alpines out on the board, ready to go. We're gonna see a Nebelwerfer from J King, maybe.
Yep.
Rainstone is gonna need it.
Dude, Rainstone is finding all his great cards, but at the wrong time.
Yeah, Rainstone with an absolutely tragic hand right now. J King with double Enigma, however, it's not super great for him either. But he's got Alpine units on the board. He's getting stuff done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at Rainstone's hand, man. Like, he's playing his first card pretty much for the entire game, and it's a Panzer 3H. And he's playing, like, Germany, Japan Blitz. This is going to be really, really, really hard for him to get back from.
Yeah, that terrible mulligan really going to hold him back. The Eastern Front bound going to come out from J King here. Yeah, getting that Alpine pressure on the front line. We might see the Admiral Hipper come out from Rainstone. Unless he top decks something that we don't see yet.
Oh, that's my bad, sorry.
There you go. The joint ops coming out. Still super rough for Rainstone. J King getting 2 Alpennies here. Gets to keep that card advantage, keep that draw pressure up. May go for an Eastern Front bound. Going for the artillery kill and hitting face for tons of damage. Rainstone now on 7 hit points and still no good options in his hand.
I mean, what is Rainstone to do here? He has to sacrifice his Comet just to stay alive.
Right. You hate to see it, but he had to use the Comet to trade into that Gebergsjäger. Nothing really on the board for him. J King possibly able to just close it out with the Comet. Tons of Alpine units on the board.
Yeah.
Very bad for Rainstone right now.
Yeah, I do not see a way for Rainstone to get back from this.
It's really hard to. It's really hard to blame anything but the mulligan on this one, really.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
What an absolutely tragic mulligan. And that's it right there. J King has the comet in hand. Can just end the game right here. And there it is.
Boom. And just like that, J King 7 takes the first match of this third place matchup. That's pretty crazy. Man, it's been a long time since I saw such an unfortunate mulligan.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the mulligan. It was like the next 3 cards he drew, too, were all just, awful stuff.
And I mean, like, it's also just, I don't know. It feels bad when you just pull, like, your late game card after late game card after late game card when your deck is built around being first into the front line, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do there. It's just variance.
It is the nature of card games.
That's true.
Always at least some luck involved.
All right, J King here having a pretty good starting hand. Rainstone finding a little bit better of a starting hand here.
Yeah, maybe. We may see the 109th come out, buff up that Greyhound. Now it's kind of a threat, and as we've seen very many times today, 109 is not a card to be messed with.
Oh no.
Almost looks like a mirror match here. U.S. frontline, they're both running 109. J King is opting for Germany, however. Yeah, that bounce card coming out is going to be especially mean. Getting some nice early tempo out. Yeah, this is looking real rough for Rainstone again. Just because, J King went first, so
Yep.
he just gets that 109 value.
109th plus M8 Greyhound is just, man, it's such a strong opener.
It really is. And you gotta get rid of that Greyhound, but you gotta get rid of that 109 too. And I think he just goes face here. J King still with another bounce card.
Yep.
Okay, that works.
He's got 2 bounce. No, it's just the Hellcat. Sorry, I thought that was the M16.
I think maybe it was good that he traded, because now the board is more clear for something like a Death from Above. However, Rainstone completely negating that.
Yeah.
With
going wide.
Very go wide approach there. Hellcat could for sure be a strong play. Rainstone does have the Blitz Marines, however, that could easily trade into that Hellcat.
I mean, he has the Hellcat as well.
That is true.
I think that's a good way to trade for him as well, leaving the Marines on the table. I mean, yeah, he does risk a little bit more damage to the face, but I don't think it's dangerous for him to do this at this point.
Might see the Flampanzer come out on... Going out on the Greyhound, it seems. Hellcat trading into the Type 39 there. And then maybe bouncing the Marines?
Choosing to bounce the 109th, I think that's... Yeah, no.
I think you should bounce the Marines here for sure.
Of course. Just force Rain to spend more credits next turn if he wants to get to the same level of board control.
Rain still has to deal with that 109. Rain just shy on credits for maybe a big play here with that Hellcat and a First Marines, but he's 1 credit short from using that for the Emperor. Unless he buffs the 109 with it and then moves the Marines up, maybe?
Ooh. That's an interesting... That's a creative play by Rainstone there.
He's going to need to get this front line. Unfortunately, Death from Above exists and is going to put a damper on all that.
Dude, I could just see the meme. It's like, Rainstone makes a good play. Death from Above exists. Just like negates it.
Oh, this is looking really rough for Rainstone here. He needs that front line. They're both a front line deck, and it's just coming down to who can hold that front line first. Excuse me.
You are very excused. We've been live for almost 4 hours, constantly casting, so a little voice crack is allowed here and there. Thank you, by the way, so much for doing the Scout. Really appreciate it. Really good having you with me.
It's fun, dude. I love being here.
And for everybody that's watching, Scout Shout. There's no S, right? Scout Shout on Twitch.
Dang, maybe there should be an S. King with a little sass there. But yeah, Rainstone, I feel his whole deck just kind of falls apart if he can't take the front line. And that 109th Engineers there has been just pressing down hard. Rainstone knows it's over.
Yeah.
Bumping up King's units for him.
Yeah, I think he knows it's over. For people at home that are wondering why he's doing that, I did tell him not to surrender. So, and with that, quick 2-0. We're coming back to our 2-shot now, Scout. So be ready. With that quick 2-0, J King 7 takes out Rainstone 7-7 and secures himself the 3rd place in the first OCC. Congratulations to J King 7. Congrats. GG's. He secured himself $200 and yeah, the honor of being top 3 in the first ever OCC. But now it is time for the match everybody has been waiting for, and that is the finals match between Blue Blast and Darkness. So
Ari Big Ben, not Darkness.
I was looking at the wrong thing. I have them both here. Okay, there we go. Okay. See, it's hard to be doing the overlay and the thing. The grand final, best out of 5 matchup between Blue Blast and Ari Big Ben. It was a single point that separated these two players on the ladder last season. And now they face each other in the finals here for pure bragging rights. I mean, arguably, the person that wins this best out of 5 can say that they were the better player last season, right? Or are the better player. I would say this tournament is a better indicator of that. So this is for all the marbles. This is for all the glory. And I know both of these players are fierce competitors, so they're definitely not going to win. They're definitely not going to want to lose. They're going to do everything that they can to win this game. I'm wondering if we'll see some mobilize. I believe one of them has a French allied deck.
Yeah, Ari has a resistance deck. I'll be kind of surprised if Blue plays his burn deck again, because it has really not done him any favors lately. We're probably going to see his ramp deck come out again, because he's been getting a lot done with that ramp deck. And Ari, I'm not sure if he'll go the resistance route.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to believe he just put that in there just to mess with me. But
no, I mean, I think like because we said we would share the main and ally nations with everybody. I'm pretty sure he just picked France to throw people off. I can definitely see that being a strategy. I also think this finals match we're gonna see somebody shake things up a little bit and not play Germany in the first match. Like I could see Blue bringing the ramp in the first match.
Maybe, but I don't know.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We're going to take a short break and we're going to get the players set up on the computers and in game. And when we come back, it's going to be a straight best out of 5 to determine the first winner of the OCC. And it's going to tell us who's walking away with $500. See you in a bit. Welcome back. We are just about to head into the finals for this first ever Officers Club tournament. 8 of the top KARDS players started this day off in a single elimination bracket to find out who is the best. Only 2 remain, and that's Ari Big Ben and Blue Blast, players that were ranked number 1 and 2 on the ladder last season with only 1 point difference. Scout, what's your prediction here? Who do you think wins?
I think if Blue stays away from his burn deck, he might have a good chance of bringing it back, because his ramp deck could be very strong against Ari's bombers. Excuse me. Because ramp really likes to beat up bombers, especially nice little buffed ones with its instant destroy cards. Definitely gonna see some Germany out of both of them. Probably gonna see the Alpine out of Blue. The German Japan out of Ari, because it's been working. It's been working. It's a nice solid deck. But I don't think we'll see resistance out of Ari. I think it'll just be his bomber decks and his German decks.
There we go. There's no more guesswork. We have it in front of us. Germany. Germany is going to be the first matchup here. We just saw the mulligan from Ari. Looking at it from Blue Blast, and yes, you were correct. He's going with the Alpine deck instead of the German-Japan burn.
Good on him. Alright. Ari with a pretty good starting hand, I'd say. He's got the Flampanzer, he's got the Nebelwerfers. Blue Blast with... not amazing. Well, it seems pretty standard. That joint operation, a very nice pull from Ari there.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have to drop that Gibberg Jaeger.
Wow, it feels so bad to watch somebody drop that just to get immediately traded.
I think Ari is just getting some good momentum here just because he's going first.
Yeah.
I don't know, these decks are just so similar.
I really like that Flampanzer play by Blue Blast there.
Gotta match it up.
Yep.
He can... Oh, no, he can't. He doesn't have enough credits to do a trade like that with the Nebelwerfer. Yeah, I think that's hurting him, is the fact that he's just going second, and they're playing the identical decks, so if they're dropping the same stuff,
Yep.
you know, the person going first is going to have the advantage. Okay, opting for a little board development there. Getting the Nashib out. Maybe that can give him the credits that he's struggling with.
Ooh, Flampanzer value.
Yeah, I think that's the earliest we've seen a Nashib get shut down.
I think it's the first game like we haven't seen the Naship just win.
Nebelwerfer coming out. He may move the Alpine up and then play another Alpine. There we go. Gotta keep that artillery safe. Ari now looks like he may be getting into some bigger units with that Panther G and that Comet sitting there. Comet, obviously not something that sticks to the board, but definitely close the game. Glass does only have those 12 hit points left.
Yeah, I mean, Ari is running Bismarck in this deck, right? And Kriegsmarine, right?
I believe so. Yes, he is.
So, you know, 2 hits from that Comet, that puts Blue Blast on 4 HP, so puts him into range for all of that.
A good Flampanzer pull, I think, right there for that 34th Infantry.
Oh yeah, definitely really good for Blue there to get that on the top deck.
And now if the Flampanzer trades into that, it's now a Nebelwerfer range. Dropping the big units, getting that Panther on the board.
It's a nice draw there from Blue, keeping the card draw alive.
Yeah, it's definitely something he could use right now. Might give him the edge over his opponent here.
Kind of unfortunate that he doesn't have doesn't have 2 1-cost units to bring to the front line. Would allow him to keep control of it.
Yeah, but he still gets to draw some cards, which, you know, can't ask for much more than that. And the Panther G has 3 operation costs, so it is quite expensive to do trades with. Ari with the Arado pulling an order. Pulling an Admiral Hipper. Not sure how much that would do for him now. Last, probably going to get more draws out of the 22nd there. May shoot the Errado with the Nebelwerfer, secure the front line, draw some cards, and maybe even deploy the artillery.
He was counting something out.
You saw him wiggling his mouse there.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to try and take the Flampanzer. Yeah, he can get rid of that big pan. No, it's guarded, of course. Bad. Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking here.
I do too. I think a good play for him would be to drop the artillery. Just to... Because it seems like he has a good defense for an artillery backline right now.
Opting instead to go just for the front line pressure.
Yeah, looks like it.
That might play out all right for him.
Auto Canona, not really a great pull either, I'd say.
I mean, what can Ari do here? I mean, if he trades with those 2 units, he's down to 4 credits.
Mm-hmm. That's the downside with his units is they're just really expensive.
So, I mean, he can't even operate his units and Admiral Hipper.
Maybe Nebelwerfer. Probably trade with the Panzer there. But now the Panther is in range of being killed by the Nebelwerfer. Blue Blast still with his draw engine up. Still has that encirclement ready. No Alpine units to play the artillery off of really, except for the Gibberg Jaeger in his hand. But he may try to save. You know what he probably would do? Probably attack that Nebelwerfer just to get that off the board. Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good trade for him.
I think that makes sense. Trade those 2 units. Trade the Nebelwerfer as well.
You could go for the encircle on that and get twice the draws.
Yeah.
That's a pretty powerful play.
Or he can trade the Takasagi, right?
I think he wants to go for the draw here.
It makes
That
sense.
That is 2 cards he just gets, and Ari has to trade into that. So Tendai Regiment could do some work. Gotta get rid of that artillery. Comet coming out. Ari might be able to close this out in 2 more turns just by playing Comet.
Yep, he's putting the pressure down on Blue now. Blue has to Kriegsmarine here, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be a bold play for him to try and discard the Comet.
Yep, there he goes. Oh.
And didn't get it. Unfortunate for Blue Blast.
Well, now he's running out of options. Very little they can do.
I do not believe he has a guard in this deck either.
Ooh, Empire of the Sun. Well, Ari's not going to use that. He's 1 turn away from finishing this. I'm assuming he hippers something, right?
Yeah.
It's like-
Probably hipper something in the front line
Yeah.
to maybe cut out the chances for a blitzkrieg. And I think Ari's probably got this one.
Yeah, I mean, what, Eastern Front bound, that's not going to save him.
No.
Comet's not going to save him. Flampanzer, he has no way of
He's
doing
got
this.
nothing to stop that Comet, and he's not lethal this turn. So I think that's about it for Blue Blast here.
6. He can do what? 9 plus. Yeah, he do. Oh, he's so close to that joint op. That joint op is. That joint op is going to be 4 after he plays the Comet, and the Comet is 4 HP, then plus 5, so he's 9. So he has 13. He can do 13 damage. He's missing 1 credit.
Oh, he's looking for the Fury unit. Is this the play? Did he just find lethal? No.
No.
Oh. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Oh, that's so painful.
It's tragic. You hate to see it, but
Oh my god. And there we go. As we expected, Ari, Big Ben, bringing out that Comet, taking that win in game number 1 out of a possible 5 games series here in the grand finals of this Officers Club tournament. That was a pretty sick game.
yeah, it came really close. I think maybe if Blue had like another buff card in his hand or something, like a Blitzkrieg or just anything, he could have pulled that through, but he just barely lacked the way to go lethal there.
Yeah. What I was looking at is, he could play the Comet for 6 credits, attack with the Nebelwerfer and the Gibbers Jager, and then do the joint op for 4, and that put him 2 off lethal as well. So
just missing those, even missing the credit slots, and that Admiral Hipper removes a credit slot, removes that draw. That Admiral Hipper there really cut off his chances for lethal.
It's so crazy when you see the games like this and you see both players' hands, just how down to the wire these games can sometimes be, right? Like a decision made 3 turns back can decide the winner or loser of a tournament, right?
Yeah, and here we have Blue Blast going for his ramp deck, Ari going with his bomber deck. I think I'd be lying if I said we didn't expect this. So.
Who do you give the edge to here in this matchup?
I was thinking that the ramp would have a better matchup in this just because it has that super hard removal for those bombers and stuff. Unlike the other deck we saw versus this where they relied on bounce, but that didn't quite work because they were just replaying the bombers. Blue Blast should be able to really just have no issue taking out this guy. Especially with things like the Avenger, which specifically targets these big HP units. Could get a lucky death from above there. Very lucky death from above.
It's also kind of uncharacteristic of Blue Blast to go for the 50-50, and that was a really, really powerful Black Watch.
This is, yeah, that was it. It is strategic planning.
Mm-hmm.
It is War Bonds, I think, which is the most brutal because now we can't ramp. If Ari goes for the buff here, okay, we may see Blue Blast catch a super buff with. Hopefully, it kills the Black Watch. Ooh, Blue Blast winning these coin tosses really hard.
Yeah, that was lucky on both of those death from above.
Ari about to lose this massive plane. You hate to see it.
Oh, the value, Scout. The value.
The value. Oh.
This is like one of the... I'm like mentally clicking the speech bubble there and sending the ouch message.
Absolutely brutal play by Blue Blast there with that that air defense.
And look,
Blue Blast now with a massive hand.
And look at that.
Play the Seaborn here, yeah.
Ari
get some pressure up.
Ari has 3 cards, and he had to pass turn 7 against a ramp deck that's reaching critical mass. That's... Ooh.
Ari kind of put all of his eggs in one basket and paid the ultimate price. And that's how we figured this would work out too, is these big US removals just not caring how big your unit is. If they want it gone, it's gone, you know?
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. We got pretty lucky with those coin tosses, but...
Oh, yeah. He absolutely did. But now we're just seeing the full power of the all-in U.S. ramp deck that Blue Blast is bringing to the table here. After those wins, Ari passing on turn 10, like, it's going to be really, really difficult for Ari to do anything at this point in the game.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty clean and cut win for Blue here. Sadly, he cannot play his strategic planning. But yeah, that looks like game right there.
So Ari said in Discord that he would be really, really mad if Blue beat him with strategic planning. So those two Black Watches, putting that up to 13 credits was potentially, just the thing that Ari needed to not tilt.
Yeah, I think coming up next too, we might just see him go back to the first decks they played. Maybe.
Yeah, potentially. Just as a refresher, here is the bracket. This is the path that these guys took through the tournament to get there. Both had to battle through some pretty awesome and really talented players. Blue Blast facing Darkness first, then J King 7 before making it to the finals against Ari. Ari beating out Scientist of War, and then Rainstone 77 in the quarter and semifinals respectively. It all comes down to this. We are 1-1 in this final matchup, best out of 5. Getting ready to go into the next game. The players are ready, asking me if they can go. I have given them the green light, and now we're just waiting for the game to load. Do you think we're going to go back to a Germany v Germany Alpine deck versus...
Yeah, I do. I think Blue has kind of realized that his burn deck is not working out for him. And Ari doesn't really have a reason to change either because he won the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he feels like he has an edge in that matchup anyways. And this is kind of looking like it's in Ari's favor just because he did win that first round. And we'll see. We'll see. It was close that first game, though. It was real close.
Yep.
If Blue does win this game, that means he gets to play his ramp deck next. And I think he really has the best shot with his ramp deck. So Blue winning this game could be what he needs to just take it all.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen him lose with the ramp deck yet, right?
No, we have not. It's a very powerful deck.
So you're being asked about your thoughts on the B25 post change.
The B25 post change. Honestly, I still don't think it's a great card. I think it's got too much operation cost. And it's still random. It's not nearly as unreliable as it was before. But I don't know. It's more that it's in USA as well. I feel like USA just brings better options in the form of like Death from Above or like B-17s, TBF Avengers, stuff that I think just does that job way better.
Yeah.
But Blue's running it. Maybe he sees something in it that I don't. Blue right now, so he's kind of struggling here. Nashib going back from the start of the tournament, getting that amazing value. Nashib is dead. Already with a pretty decent card advantage. Blue with a Kriegsmarine and a Bismarck in hand.
Not that he really wants
No.
to have these cards at this point in time.
No. I feel like we've seen these cards a lot in people's hands today, too, and there's just no opportunity to play them. Ari continuing the face pressure.
Oh, these players...
Excuse me, Blue Blast purely on the defensive here.
These players are not holding back either. They're just blitzing through their turns just as aggressively as possible.
Yeah.
I think we just got real competitive after that last game.
These Flompons are duking it out, though.
That hipper could end up being kind of important for Ari. Ooh,
Yeah,
joint
it
op.
could
That's a good pull for blue here.
It could be. I'm not sure if it's gonna do much for him here, though. I'm also a bit unsure on Ari's last play there. I felt like maybe there was something he could have done to be a bit more aggressive.
You know, at the same time, like, even though we are...
Probably good that he's...
Ooh.
Oh, and there it is.
Yep.
There it is. Very, very quick game.
Yeah. These players are not kidding around anymore. They just wanna win. Wow.
And I think that's an especially painful loss for Blue because, like I said, he's gonna have to win 2 in a row now, and just with how the format's going, Ari's just gonna go right back to that German deck afterwards, and
Yep.
heck, we might even see the resistance come out, like kind of anticipating the ramp, because the bomber deck really did struggle against the ramp. We might see the resistance come out.
Yeah, and I think this is where we get to a really interesting point in the tournament, with the whole the way this format works as well. It's like it makes a lot of sense for Ari to come in and go, you know, maybe resistance so that he can choose between his other 2 decks. I mean, obviously he always wants to bring that German deck, but maybe oh, and
there it is. Yeah, because I figure probably expects that he'd probably lose with his other deck anyways, so
yep.
you know, what is there to lose?
Oh,
Might as well-
Outrun 88 in chat said like just after the last game, not knowing that this is what happened, who wants to bet the final match is determined by a joint op. Just as Ari finished Blue Blast that match with a joint op.
Ari already dishing out the resistance. Blue Blast with a pretty rough starting hand here, not getting his early ramp cards.
You hate to see it.
He does have war bonds, however. And the way this Japan resistance deck works is when Blue Blast does start dropping units out, it's going to be a very long time before he actually has the chance to play them. Just because Ari is going to be having a lot of AoE pen cards.
Yeah.
A lot of heal. And you see that To the Last Man in his hand? That could prove to just be, you know, the Achilles heel of Blue Blast here. So, very smart choice by Ari to take this resistance deck, I think.
And Ari is 2-1 up right now, so if he wins this game, it's all over. Ari's the champion.
Mm-hmm. The second half of Blue Blast War Bonds there getting cut off by the resistance cards, so losing a little draw there.
I mean, he's also lost the airstrike. He's lost 2 of his ramp cards. He's lost Immobilize, so some pretty big cards that he's lost there from the.
Mm-hmm. Another assist coming from Ari, further stifling Blue's draw potential.
He's gonna overdraw next turn.
He is.
And the Jasko, man.
Losing a Jasko, yeah, that's kind of rough. Because one of the win cons for this deck that Ari's playing is Last Rites, and I'm sure you can imagine Jasko pretty good against Last Rites.
Yep. Liberation
come out. Ari probably looking for a D4Y.
Oh, it's strategic
full.
bombing. Oh, it's so painful.
Ramp's coming out. Blue Blast developing the board here. Maybe trying to do as much damage as he can before that To the Last Man comes out. Still a couple turns away for Ari. Evil out though.
Yeah.
I think Blue's best play here is maybe to not develop the board. Ooh, he might give the strategic planning here. Ooh, that's risky, knowing what Ari has. Well, carpet bomb's not going to do much for him. The Pershing, though, the Pershing is... It hurts, dude.
He's
It
just
hurts.
searching and searching and searching.
Yeah.
The pattern.
I think Blue is lost. Like, losing that Pershing, I think, was especially brutal for him.
Yeah, and look at how good of a stall tactic Ari has with the naval operations. He's got
this is brutal.
I mean, I'm wondering if Blue is just waiting for the To the Last Man to be played before he just develops the board any further. And I feel like Blue is an aware enough player that he would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, passes his turn. Definitely playing around that.
That's very good. If Ari pulls a D4Y, however... No, okay. We may see the To the Last Man. Ari does have 2 Empire of the Suns in his hand. I don't think those are going to do him any favors right now. Opting instead for the heal. Looks like he'll take...
Now we might see Blue play the strategic planning, not knowing that To the Last Man is just waiting for him.
Maybe. I don't think so. I think Blue is going to take this patient. And I think Ari is testing his patience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, what, Blue is going to overdraw next turn. Unless he gets rid of that resistance card.
Yeah. If Blue catches Ari's bluff, then Ari is just going to have to play the To the Last Man after Blue puts too much pressure on.
So here's the thing. If Ari keeps playing this game into the next turn, Blue can finish him.
Yes.
With those...
Ari pulled the naval operation.
Yep. That was an extremely lucky top deck for him.
Ari could actually kill that, with the bombing raid and the desperate measures. Probably also wants to clear his hand for those empires that he's holding.
Yeah. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Blue does to react to this. I mean, he's forced to play something here.
Honestly, he could probably just play the Death from Above. Like, Ari's not really going to play any units.
And he does have 2 Avengers to deal with most of the big stuff anyway.
Mm-hmm. But either way, I don't think those Grenadiers are going to be attacking next turn, no matter what happens.
Yeah. And Blue Blast has some decisions to make here.
Either Ari has to pull a...
That's a good draw for Ari, though.
Yeah, Ari... Yeah. I think he was really waiting for, like, a D4Y. But...
Alright, so now this has been played. Blue has a chance now, right? He doesn't know that Ari is holding 2. Oh, that is actually insane. If Ari does not clear one or both of these guys, he can be in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe Blue's best play there would have been to play aircraft. Just because Ari does run naval operations. But yeah, he's using the D4Ys on ground units, so
yeah.
It's gonna clear up some space for his air units.
That long range recon really doing work for Ari this game as well. Here we go. Here we see the airplanes coming out.
We might see the strategic planning soon, even.
Yeah.
Because he can't wipe the board again. That would be 2 10-10s on the front line. If he pulls another deadly duty, that's even more turns he can stall. Those those honorable deaths doing not really anything for him right now. Honestly, blue should probably go for the strategic planning here. Because there's only one to the last man, and that's a lot of hit points, even for an AoE deck to carve through.
Yep. And it's a question, you know, what Ari does here. I mean, he only has 2 Empire of the Suns.
Ooh. Going for the honorable death on the D4Y.
Yeah.
And another arming the resistance. Blue Blast, I believe, still has that death from above. Yeah.
He does. I mean, blue. I feel like blue is in a decent spot here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Ari can at most get rid of one of these units next turn.
Yeah.
Which
and
means
even then, it would severely destroy like whatever he's trying to pull. It might even get rid of his last rights, take his win con out.
So
strategic planning might actually be the MVP here.
I'm telling you, dude, it's a great card. Yeah. I mean, there's 26 damage on board even after he Empire of the Suns a single unit.
Yeah. This is rough. He's got to kill one of the 10-10s, I think.
Does he not take it? Will he not take fatigue damage?
Hang on, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, there we go. There's the fatigue.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, and
wow.
I guess we're going back to Germany v Germany after this. But yeah, really smart of Blue Blast holding back on his units so they didn't get caught in the to the last man. Really pushing how far Ari could wait.
That was, that was one of those moments. If this was like a physical card game, I feel like both of these guys would have been staring each other down for the entirety of that exchange. It's just like Blue Blast sitting there holding 10 cards, just being like, so what? So what? Like, both just really like, who's going to crack first? But man, strategic planning. It's come in clutch every game for that ramp deck.
Yeah, I guess so.
And now we are 2-2. We're in the next match. I'm going to quickly bring up the bracket just because I was being asked for it in the chat. But let's get into... We're 2-2, right? This is the
final game.
Absolute final match in this best out of 5. Ari Big Ben has won 2 matches. Blue Blast has won 2 matches. These guys were separated by a single point on the ladder last season, and now they're down to the final game in this first ever Officers Club tournament. And I couldn't be more excited, Scout. I couldn't be more excited. That was an insane game we just saw.
Is this Blue Blast burn deck? I think this is Blue Blast burn deck.
It is.
I guess he feels like his other German deck just doesn't win that matchup against Ari, so he's trying something different. Seeing all 3 decks from both players. Seems like pretty fair trades from the start. I think Blue Blast maybe wins these trades, especially with that Katusha coming out. Or even the Nebelwerfer, actually, yeah. Alright, Blue Blast winning those early trades, it looks like. Ari kind of stuck with an Empire of the Sun in his hand, but maybe that'll be super clutch later.
Yeah, it's super nice for him to get rid of that Artie, though. Nashob.
Ooh. Yeah, the Nashob's going to be pretty spicy here. Very nice.
All
Ari,
right.
of course, has the Flampanzer.
I think we need to, like, there needs to be a community vote or something about the MVP card of this tournament. I feel like it's split between strategic planning and the Nash Up.
Autocannon, getting some good value there. Getting some really good value with that autocannon. Fortunately, Blue, no more cards in his hand.
Yeah, but what, Sendai and then what? You play the 34th?
I don't know. Maybe, see, this is the momentum that Blue needed for his burn deck that he just was not getting last time.
Yeah.
Where he can really put some pressure on.
I mean, sure, he doesn't have a lot of options right now, but he has a lot of things on board.
Mm-hmm. Probably go face with Katyusha, I think. And just really get that burn going.
Yep.
Yeah.
He has enough cards in the front line to really kind of clog Ari in the back line there.
I see the Flampanzer on the Nashib. Or the okay.
I wonder if Ari's going to try and challenge the front line. Yep.
We go. If he kills that, he gets his autocannon back. So, ooh.
And he can play the STKFZ.
Yeah, he
and
could
get it back.
He could go for the RNG. Wait, no, he wouldn't even need to. He could just trade this. Yeah, he could just hit it with the Katyusha. And if he doesn't get a good roll, he just
Could even just blitz the SD into there.
No, he's not gonna. Yeah, he needs to trade that so he can actually get the autocannon back because he won't have space.
Yeah. Yep. That's a mistake he made once.
Oh, and it ate. He didn't get the autocannon back.
That's probably why Ari was playing the Sendai in the front line.
Oh. But he traded the unit in thinking he would get his autocannon back, and he didn't.
Yeah, so I'm guessing the Sendai resolves returning the unit before destroying the attacking unit.
I guess so. Dang. Already on 10 hit points now. Maybe trading that Katyusha. Because that Katyusha has been putting a lot of hits in on his face. And as we know, Blue's at burn deck. He could possibly top deck like 3 air blitzes next turn. You know, I think if Blue knew his autocannon was going to die regardless, he would not have made that play.
No, he probably would have just sat back and not traded.
I think he would have traded, but he that was his draw card he got rid of.
Yep.
Like that.
Ooh.
Ooh, Ari's in range of a Bismarck now, too. This is scary. Admiral Hipper could be extra potent.
I feel like we've been in this situation before. Like Blue having, 5 turns to find the card he needs to end the game. And he's running like 4 joint tops, right?
I think so.
So
This is close. Losing that Empire, I think, was maybe bad for him as well.
is Blue gonna
Probably.
trade? Yeah.
Ooh. Was it? Ooh, I like that trade there.
A spicy little trade.
And since Blue Blast's hand is empty, well,
Yep.
isn't really losing a card by killing that Takasagi.
This match is insane. I cannot believe this is the grand final match. I cannot believe that it all comes down to this.
What is Blue gonna pull here?
Oh.
He's stalling it out. I think he may want to move the Nashib up to the front line as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that buffer up. Blue is looking for something that can just close the game out. Coming in,
It's gonna give Ari a chance to get the. Oh, I thought it would put the Takasagi in the front line. Oh.
if Blue Blast pulls Bismarck here. The
Oh
Enigma
my
not
God.
even have cards. Oh no!
It's not what you want to see.
God, it's not. Oh,
Ah.
we're in top deck city now, but
Is that gonna be enough for Ari to take the lead and win?
oh, maybe this is.
He's still not
really
gonna have
close.
any cards. What does he get?
Oh, that's game.
6, 9, 11, 12. Yep, that's game.
That's game.
That's game.
That Enigma just doing absolutely nothing for Blue here.
Wow.
Came down to top decks.
Wow.
At any point, Blue could have pulled a Bismarck and just won that game. That 100% came down to draws.
Wow. I'm gonna see if these guys want to come and talk to us.
Okay.
I would love to get their impressions here, and I also want to talk through the. It's definitely like Blues. These guys are definitely fierce competitors, but they're also just, great buddies.
Yeah, I see Blue in there, really, really curious about that Sendai play that we talked about.
Yeah, yeah.
Expecting that autocannon. He threw away his draw engine, expecting that autocannon to come back, but it's just one of those weird interactions that you just don't know until you see it.
I'm just making sure. I'm going straight to the source, the authority on this stuff. Yes, so Kele confirms that the Sendai unit is gone for good in that situation. So you can't trade a unit in the support line.
Well, even here, we're still learning how some things work.
Let me see. So this comes down to like an order, like the order of actions, right? So like I just want to confirm that like when the Sendai unit dies, it first returns the unit, then dies, then the trade unit dies, right? Because the trading unit always dies second to the first unit, right?
Yeah. That is weird. It's kind of weird that it works that way, but Because you'd think it would be both units dying, and then the death effect happens.
Exactly.
Not the death effect first, and then both units dying. I don't know. Might need to send a letter to Kelly about that one.
Well, all right, I'm gonna add. How do I add people to our call? Here we go. Add friends. Blue Blast. Create. Whoa. Whoa. Okay.
Bit loud there.
Yeah. My bad. Hello.
Hello.
I need to add Ari as a friend so that I can add him as well. Welcome, Blue Blast, to the stream.
Hold on, say that one more time. You're breaking up.
So welcome, Blue Blast.
Okay. Hey, thanks for having me on. Oh wow, the adrenaline is still going. That was an intense 5 games.
Yeah, it was. I'm adding.
Do you want my video too, or just audio?
Audio is fine.
Okay.
Because we're getting the both of you in. So. Okay. So basically, we're talking about the Sentai situation, and it's basically there's slight inconsistency in the ordering that the way it solves it with the current server architecture. So I just yeah. So it is an inconsistent effect, and it's something that we are definitely gonna dissect after this tournament. Not something that we can really do now, and we'll figure out a way to solve it. I'm really sorry that had to happen. But while I try and get Ari in here, is he my friend now? I think so. Yep, there we go. Loud noises. I'm sorry, stream. Hello, Ari. Welcome.
Hey guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, now that we have you both here, we'll take the Sentai discussion. We'll carry that over off stream and in the following days. But I want to get both of your guys' impressions of the tournament overall, and your epic best of 5 series there. Maybe just starting with you, Ari. How was the tournament for you?
Yeah, really good. I was excited to play Blue Blast in the finals, of course, again. So epic showdown, I guess.
Yeah. What about you, Blue? Hello?
Blue?
Blue? All right, I guess we don't have Blue. All right, talk to us a little bit about that best of 5 series in the finals there. It was a really kind of grueling back and forth, and you kind of surprised a lot of people and brought your resistance deck in that game number 4.
I did that for Scout, of course. Just wanted him to commentate on resistance.
How did you feel like those games went for you? Were you surprised that you won any of the matches, or did it kind of go the way you expected?
I knew the German deck is really good, even with the nerfs. It's consistent against pretty much any deck, but I was surprised that that the Britain deck was just hammered by the US.
Yeah.
But I think I had lethal actually if we had with Death from Above. I think I had that 3/4, 3/6 Fury with some pumps, so I think I could dealt like lethal next turn. I'm not sure.
Yeah. That might have been. It might have been. We didn't notice it, did we?
No, I didn't notice a lethal there. I was just noticing how crazy those Death from Aboves were.
Yeah, hit them really well.
You ask him questions, Scout. I'm answering like chat because they're like 5 minutes after us, so they're all like scratching their heads over the Sendai stuff now.
Well, what do you think was the hardest matchup for you? Who do you think was your toughest opponent?
Last one for sure. Like, yeah. So I had no idea how to play against US Ramp with the resist deck because he has lots of big guys which I can't pin down forever. So it was just sort of like a deck I added for like a third choice.
Yeah, we figured you were playing that resistance deck just because we maybe thought you didn't think your bomber deck would be good against it. Just with
Yeah,
all
no,
that
so
happening.
I expected the US deck would just hammer the Britain deck, so just tried something else. But I know how to play the German deck like inside out, so it's just the go-to deck for me.
Yeah, we noticed that German deck was, at least some variants of it were pretty popular this tournament. I think almost everyone here had a copy of it.
Yeah, it's even with the nerfs, it's just a good deck. It's well, it's not that fast as it used to be, but still, bomb cost 9 or 10 doesn't matter real much.
Why is oh my god, my messages aren't even being sent to the stream.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay, okay. My plug was like halfway unplugged for my mic.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That explains a lot. Well, we got Ari's opinion of it, but maybe you can tell us just what was your impression of the tournament overall and that final series?
Yeah, so man, I felt like all my games were pretty intense. Honestly, I wish I just could have played US Ramp every single game. I mean, the deck performed even better than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were surprised to see even those like strategic plannings that you played almost every single game with it, just coming out and just winning for you.
Yeah, I have to ask you a question about that. Did you start using strategic planning after you saw the patriotic zeal value in our draft session?
I think, yeah, that was the inspiration. Yeah. Because I thought that card was just not a great card for the longest time. And but now I can see the damage potential, right? Especially with Ramp, you can play a 10, no problem. You can play a 10 credit order and still hit with units at, in the same turn.
Yeah, and it feels like, once you have a few of your units out, you can just OTK someone with that really easily.
Yeah, yeah. And, I brought 2 German decks. The first one I brought, the really aggressive one, it just sucked, man. I don't think I picked up a single win with that one. Like, just the all-out aggro. And the Alpine seemed to do better, but not against Ari's German Japan. That seems like a pretty good counter to Alpine.
We were talking about how we didn't think that burn deck of yours was doing too good. Definitely the ramp deck doing a lot of the work there for sure. And that last game, it was really close. You almost pulled it off with that burn deck. I think that little Sendai issue, maybe things could have been different with that, but I felt like also at any point you could have top decked a Bismarck and just won it right there.
I was hoping. Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been a different game if I had the autocannon.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know what? Still, at the end of the day, it's good games. Ari's an excellent player. Everybody who played today was just top tier players, and I'm just happy that I had the opportunity to participate today. This is great.
Yeah, and I mean, I also just want to thank not just all three of you, but all of the players and Scout for today. I think every time I do a tournament with the KARDS community, it's always surprises me just how nice and collaborative and kind of cohesive of a group this is. Everybody's like willing to help. Everybody wants to make things work and are doing it with a smile on their face and are just happy to be here. So I really, really appreciate that, guys, and thank you so much for giving giving yourself the time to play this. And I gotta say, even though it really, really sucks that issue happened in the ultimate game of that tournament, you then disconnecting from Discord has spawned a great meme of you just getting sendite from Discord. So, I mean, all is well that ends well, right?
That's right. That's right. Yep. It's all love to everyone in this community.
I mean, it's not all bad either. You're still taking home $300,
That's right. Yep.
We were just saying, like, we were happy at either way with win or lose the finals. So
Yeah, and I think for me, this was a really entertaining match to watch as well, because you guys did finish first and second in the ladder last season with a 1 point difference, right? So
Yeah.
this for me is shaping up to be like, the biggest grudge match. If you guys both qualify for the next month's top 8 Officers Club tournament, this is the anticipated match, right? Everybody's going to be waiting for the rematch, Blue versus Ari.
Oh yeah, you'll see me there.
Yeah.
Ari will be there too.
I'll bring more resistance for Scout.
All right. Well, I think we're just about to wrap things up. I would love to give you guys a chance, Blue and Ari, if you have any social media or stuff that you want to shout out to the people watching at home before we send you off and do the ultimate sign off for this stream.
Before we get sendide.
Yes. And never come back.
Yeah, so I'll plug my Twitch. So you guys, I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/blue_blast, and I stream myself with draft, competitive ladder, great welcoming community. Everybody's super positive, and everybody's welcome too. New players and veterans, same. I'm happy to teach. I'm happy for people to come learn the game too.
Yep. What about you, Ari?
I don't have any right now, but so go watch Blue and Blue at Twitch.
No, thank you to your mom or something.
No, I'm good.
Shout out to my mom. Thank you.
Shout out to Blue's mom.
All right, Scout, you got some shout outs?
I mean, all the players, of course. 1939 and Ollie for giving me the opportunity to cast for you guys. It's always fun. Hope to do it more. Hope to see you guys next month even. Ooh. And of course, my little sub community. They've been keeping the chat lively. They've been there chatting a lot. Like Sluker, Wycrat, all those lovely people. A very nice community I have. And yeah, I have a Twitch again, twitch.tv/scoutshout.
Post it in chat. Give him a follow.
Mm-hmm. That is SCOUTSHOUT. And yeah, it'd be cool to see some guys there.
Awesome. Well,
thank you guys for a great tournament.
Hey,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, you guys did great. Really, really, really good job.
Thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure. I think there's no way that I would rather celebrate the Independence Day of Iceland than hosting a tournament for you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. We'll talk to you guys later as we say goodbye to them. Scout, thank you so much for being here with me today. And definitely, if you're interested, we can repeat this in the next month's tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally down. This was fun.
Awesome. Well, with that, I'm going to be signing off. My name is Ólafur Hrafn and I have been your host for today. I hope you enjoyed the tournament so far. I hope you enjoyed some of the information we gave on the upcoming campaigns, the 5 historical campaigns. Just as a little refresher for those that didn't see, there's going to be a new game mode, single-player campaigns, 5 different historical campaigns, all of which have multiple ways to play through them and a lot of replayability. 5 new HQs with new boards, that is, the boards that you play on. They are absolutely stunning, and I can't wait for you guys to see them, along with 40 new cards that are not just PvE, they are also PvP, so you can use them in your decks. For everybody that is interested, pre-orders start on June 19th. You get 5 Theater of War Elite cards on purchase that you can use right away, and an exclusive Theater of War card back, and plus access to all the content on release June 30th. And if you're wondering, what are these Elite cards? Well, here they are. A Few Good Men, Soul of Old Japan, Africa Corps, His Majesty's Chosen, and Heroes of the Soviet Union. And with that, I thank everybody very much for following us here today, being here with us. Thank you for playing the game. Thank you for caring. Thank you for your passion. And I can't wait to see you soon. We got a lot of content coming up for you. We got a coaching stream with Darkness Wednesday next week. We got the AMA on the Friday after that. And then on the 29th, we'll be doing a roundtable discussion with some of the best players in the game about every single card that's coming in the expansion and how you can use it to the best effect. And with that, thank you very much.